I'm not sure if I've answered your question.
I think you have answered the question, but I think what would be important to say at this stage, Minister, is clear that there's a lot of work that is being done. That it's also critical to continue communicating this information during this year. With that said, I would like to really, really thank you for the time that you've made. And I do think that you are sitting with a large amount of information in terms of progress made, and our South Africans, they need to hear that. So we will invite you again.
Sibulelo, we will have to do that. We acknowledge that we have not been doing well in terms of communication. One of the problems we have now is the vacancy in the TG of GCIS. But now the man who is acting there, Mr. Michael Curran seems to be upping the ante. And we hope to get better. Already, there's quite an improvement now that I'm seeing, but we need to actually communicate to our people a lot of interventions that are making a difference. I agree with you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
That was the Minister in the Presidency, Ndate Mondli Gugubele, just sharing with us some insights and progress that has been made in implementing not only the 7 priorities as announced by the President in 2019, but of course the focus is the 2023 SONA commitments. With that said, do stay tuned with us.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are, of course, dealing with the debate on the State of the Nation address. And right now I'm joined by Mr. Hope Pappu, who's a parliamentary councillor to the Deputy President. Good afternoon, sir, and thank you for talking to us.
Good afternoon, sir, and to the viewers of Parliament TV.
Thanks, Mr. Pappu. I've just informed the viewer that you are a parliamentary councillor to the Deputy President. Can you please just briefly explain what is the role of a parliamentary councillor to the Deputy President?
The role of the parliamentary councillor is to ensure that the relationship between the executive and the legislature, which is in our case, National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, is actually better and improved. The passage of the work of the executive through the function of the Deputy President as a leader of government business, because it's a responsibility. One of the responsibilities of the Deputy President is as a leader of government business, where bills and whatever program the executive has will have to come to the National Assembly and obviously and in the National Council of Provinces, depending on the kind of bill which would be before Parliament. So it's managing that relationship on behalf of the Deputy President between the executive and the legislative arm. For example, the appearances of ministers to answer questions both in the National Assembly and in the National Council of Provinces. It's one of the functions of the leader of government business to ensure that they do take that responsibility. response to questions for written reply. If their questions are not being answered, the presiding officers will communicate with the leader of government business, and we need to ensure that various ministries of government are actually sensitive to the fact that they account to both the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on both questions for written reply and questions for oral reply. So that whole gambit of the functions of the leader of government business, I have to ensure that that is done.
There has been an outcry on the questions that are not being answered by the members of the executive. What consequences do you have in place for such when such happens? Because there has been an outcry in the past year that some members of the executive do not respond to parliamentary questions. What action do you take when that doesn't happen?
The rules were amended to ensure that the speaker, there are certain steps the presiding officers can take, working with the leader of government business, including reprimand in the House. But you must also understand, if there are questions for written reply, if 3,000 questions were asked in a year and 100 were not answered, you can't say many questions were not answered. So always when the questions which are not answered, but the leader of government business, who is the Deputy President of the Republic, and always in every cabinet meeting there is a report on the number of questions, both written and questions which are going to be answered in a form of oral. Every cabinet meeting, the Deputy President raises the issue of questions in the cabinet. And generally, the Speaker has said there's been an improvement, but more can be done. But there are measures in the rules of the National Assembly and the NCOP when questions are not answered, what presiding officers can do. As I say, including with public reprimand, because there's nothing so difficult for a public rep that to be reprimanded by the presiding officer in public.
So just coming back now to today's debates and the State of the Nation that was presented by the President last week, how does then SONA relate to the monitoring and the implementation of the legislative program?
It relates to, because in the presidency, there is a monitoring and evaluation department led by Minister Gungubele. Minister Gungubele works with the Office of the Leader of Government Business if there are issues which are on matters of monitoring, because Leader of Government Business has to work with the legislative, with the legislature, being the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. So the minister in the office of, in the presidency works with the Leader of Government Business on matters like that to ensure that commitments which are made in SONA are followed up with all the ministries. I say ministries because we relate to ministers. Departments is mainly public servants, but they have to ensure that public servants through ministries implement commitments which should have been made. It has been quite tough in the last 2 years, obviously, with the lockdown and very difficult conditions. But and people were not able to go out there to inspect and check. But obviously, through that ministry, the Leader of Government Business works and has a tap on generally the overall implementation of commitments which would have been made by the President on behalf of the executive.
And now tell me, what measures are in place that you have to monitor and improve the quality of legislation that comes before this Parliament?
There's been an improvement. There's a cycle which the cabinet procedures before the bill comes to Parliament. The Leader of Government Business working within the presidency, but with the cabinet secretariat, they ensure that bills don't come which are not properly done in line with that procedure. For example, economic impact of bills must be made, so that you don't make bills and then discover that there will not be resources for that bill to be implemented, whether financial or human. So the economic impact study is one of the measures put in the lawmaking process. You should have done some basic research, whether it's a qualitative research or quantitative research or combination of the two, to ensure that that bill will close a gap which is there in the legislation. Some of the bills are amendment bills to improve existing acts. Some are new bills based on a policy decision which would have been taken by cabinet. And in fact, the procedure. It's quite rigorous. That is why in the last few years, very few bills were actually put aside. I'm talking about a number of bills in the 5th administration and in the 6th administration were not actually put aside by the Constitutional Court. The President also takes time to ensure that the bill meets the constitutional muster. And I guess in that process, you can work with the Constitutional Court to ensure that any bill which is before it's passed meets the constitutional muster. There are always slip-ups, but those slip-ups are part of a democracy. Because in a democracy, the executive, when they make mistakes, the courts will make them to correct those mistakes without interfering with the powers of the executive or of the legislature.
All right, just as a parting shot, you'd remember last week when the President delivered before the President delivered the State of the Nation address, there was some disruptions that occurred in the hall. What is the importance of observing the joint rules that guide that process?
Parliament is a platform for debate and discussion. And for that to happen, all members of the Parliament, including the President, must have a right to speak, because when they were sworn in, part of that swearing in is about a right and a privilege to speak. No member has a right to actually stop any member, whether they are members of the executive, from speaking. Only the presiding officers can actually stop a member based on the violation of rules. So it cannot be that a member takes them upon themselves to stop another member. If you remember in 2019, the same thing happened with Minister Gordhan in E249. And Privileges and Ethics Committee made an investigation on that behavior of wanting to prevent Minister Gordhan from speaking. And the findings of that investigation of the Privileges Committee was that those members who acted in that way violated the National Assembly rules. The joint rules, National Assembly rules, NCOP rules are very, very important to ensure democracy happen. Even if people don't agree with each other, they must debate those issues like it's happening today and ensure that whatever perspectives and views they have are expressed. It cannot be in a parliament, which is supposed to be the champion of debates and discussion, where some member can be stopped by another member who don't like what they are doing or what they are saying. They have no member has authority to stop another member from speaking.
So can we expect to see some action being taken against the members that disrupted these proceedings?
Well, I heard that the presiding officer said they will actually have a look at that and check whether there were any their view that there were violations of the law can be referred to the Rules Committee and any other committee relating. There's a committee which deals with when members are kicked out, are taken out of the chamber. There are mechanisms to actually follow up and investigate. We hope that will be done, because that's a civilized way of dealing with problems. We cannot deal with problems through disruption, stopping people from speaking, and not allowing members of parliament from speaking. That's not how a democracy functions.
Mr. Papamas, thank you very much for taking this interview with Parliament TV. Also like to wish you all the best for this afternoon and for tomorrow, as the debate will be continuing then.
Absolutely, because parliamentary councillors are appointed by the National Assembly. It's in the rules of the National Assembly that a parliamentary councillor is appointed. And after appointment, you are put on the announcements, tablings, and committee reports, which is popularly known as an ATC in Parliament. So you are not an advisor. You have to be a member of Parliament to be a parliamentary councillor, not a public servant. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Babu. And just to remind our viewers that Mr. Babu is talking to National Assembly Rule 34, which speaks on the appointment of a parliamentary councillor. Thank you very much, sir. And as I've indicated, we wish you well this afternoon and tomorrow as the debate continues. Well, viewers at home, please, that was Mr. Hope Papu, as I've indicated, parliamentary councillor to the Deputy President. And please stay tuned as we'll be talking to more of our parliamentary members.
The spirit with which South Africans have turned from division and conflict to knitting the fabric of a normal society has become a source of pride to us as a nation.
The State of the Nation Address, or SONA, is called in terms of Section 42, subsection 5 of the Constitution by the President of the Republic. It is a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament and one of the rare occasions that brings together the three arms of the state under one roof.
I have received a message from the President requesting a joint sitting for the purposes of addressing Parliament. The Honourable the President.
SONA provides the President with an opportunity to speak to the nation on the general state of South Africa, to reflect on a wide range of political, economic and social matters within the domestic and global context, to account to the nation on the work of government and to set out government's program of action.
The society must guarantee the dignity of every citizen on the basis of a good quality of life for every woman, man and child without regard to race or color or disability.
Traditionally, the President makes key government announcements during this important joint sitting of Parliament. It is a ceremonial joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament called specifically for the President to deliver his SONA, and no other business may be considered on this day. It is presided over by the Speaker and or the Chairperson of the Council by arrangement between them. During the week following the SONA, a debate of approximately 2 days is held on the SONA. The President is then given an opportunity to reply to the debate on the third day and to close the debate. The President delivers his SONA before Parliament because Parliament is charged with ensuring that the work flowing from the address is implemented. Most importantly, SONA is delivered in Parliament because the priorities pronounced in it have budgetary implications demanding robust oversight, one of Parliament's constitutional responsibilities. This practice of the President delivering a State of the Nation address goes back to the pre-democratic era. One such address is that of former President Mr. F.W. de Klerk, titled Address by the State President, Mr. F.W. de Klerk, DMS, at the opening of the second session of the 9th Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Cape Town, 2nd February 1990. During this address, former President de Klerk announced that former President Nelson Mandela would be released from prison and all political parties would be unbanned.
The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
There's Mr. Mandela, Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution provides that the President may summon the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces or Parliament to an extraordinary sitting to conduct special business. Joint Rule Number 7, subsection 1A provides that the President may call a joint sitting of the House when it is necessary for the President to deliver the annual or special address to Parliament.
Tumamina, I want to be there when the people start to turn it around, when they triumph over poverty. I want to be there when the people win the battle against AIDS. I want to lend a hand.
The official program usually begins with 3 processions. There is the procession of provincial speakers, provincial premiers, and the judiciary proceeding to the Assembly chamber through the main entrance of the National Assembly building. There is the arrival of the presidential cavalcade in the parliamentary precincts. The president aligns, is welcomed by the presiding officers and their deputies and proceeds to the National Assembly chamber. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession. Guards of honor and eminent persons also line the route to the National Assembly chamber. Junior guards of honor comprise learners from schools around the country. They form a guard of honor from the gates of Parliament when the president disembarks. The selection takes into account rural and urban dynamics. The Civil Guard of Honor, selected on the basis of the parliamentary theme for the year, continues where the Junior Guard of Honor end. The eminent persons are South Africans who have achieved outstanding results in their respective fields or who have been recognized for their contribution to society. Provincial speakers nominate them to be guests of Parliament for the SONA. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, aides-de-camp are attached to the President of the Republic of South Africa at all ceremonies of the state. Their role in the country is limited to ceremonial duties. Once this task has been fulfilled, they are immediately withdrawn. During the SONA, they travel with the President from President's place of residence to Parliament. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession onto a saluting dais on the steps of the National Assembly to receive the ceremonial honors, the Guard of Honor by the National Ceremonial Guard, the 21-gun salute, the national anthem, and a salute flight. They then lead the procession into the chamber and stand guard at the entrance of the chamber. In 1842, the 21-gun salute became the international norm as the highest honor a nation rendered, and it is fired in honor of the president. The first shot of the salute is synchronized to coincide with the playing of the national anthem.
The talk, the members of the National Assembly as well as members of the NCOP are ready in the joint sitting.
Members of both houses must be seated before the procession enters. Each of the 9 provinces is represented by its full quota of 6 permanent and 4 rotating members, seated in the removable cross benches. A delegation of 10 South African Local Government Association members also occupy seats in the cross benches. Members' guests, representatives of statutory and constitutional bodies, the judges, president, provincial speakers, directors general of state departments, guests from civil society approved by the presiding officers, and staff of the presidency and parliament are accommodated in the National Assembly galleries. The official bays to the right and left of the Speaker's chair, other overflow areas within Parliament. The presiding officers and the President enter the chamber in procession, preceded by the Sergeant at Arms and the Usher of the Black Rod, and followed by the Secretary to Parliament. A new element of the SONA since the birth of democracy is Imbongi, the praise singer. Although our parliament is based on the Westminster traditions, Imbongi's praise singing gives Africanness pride of place. Imbongi starts this narration as the presidential procession enters the chamber. The Sergeant at Arms and the Usher of the Black Rod are responsible for compliance with security policy in and around the chamber and galleries. The Sergeant at Arms and the Usher of the Black Rod place the mace and the Black Rod in place before the Speaker and the Chairperson of the NCOP, respectively. The mace is a symbol of authority of the Speaker of the National Assembly. When the Sergeant-at-Arms carries the maize into the debating chamber and places it before the Speaker of the National Assembly, it means that the National Assembly is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The maize was designed to reflect the history, traditions, and diverse cultures and languages of South Africa. The black rod is the symbol of the authority of the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, NCOP. The black rod reflects the important role of the provinces in the functioning of the NCOP. When the usher of the black rod carries the black rod into the debating chamber and places it before the chairperson of the NCOP, it means that the NCOP is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The presiding officers, while standing, bows to the left and then to the right in greeting and request a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Once everyone is seated, the presiding officer reads out the notice calling the joint sitting and calls on the president to deliver his address to the joint sitting. No other business may be considered on this day. The president then delivers the SONA and no other debate takes place. On conclusion of the president's speech, the presiding officer adjourns the sitting. Members are required to wait while the procession leaves the chamber. Over the years, this address has set the tone for the goals of the year. It speaks to businesses, civil society, and general public. It gives insight into what we as a nation have achieved and a plan to achieve going forward. Through this address, the first citizen and leader of the nation shines the light on the path we shall be taking and leads us to where we want to be as a nation. More than just a speech, the SONA tells South Africans, as well as the world, why South Africa continues to be the land of possibilities.
Good afternoon and welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. Ewe, sisakuphathela debate sebreaking encinci kodwa idebate iyaqhubekeka nge2:15 kuze kuyotshona ilanga. Asazi bizawuphela ngabani ixesha Sibulele. Spoke to Mr. Gungubele. I had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Papu. We explained the role of the parliamentary councillor to the deputy president, but we also spoke briefly about the events that transpired last week, wherein he explained that, look, in terms of the constitution and the rules of this parliament, no member can actually stop another member from speaking. There are joint rules that need to be observed for this type of sitting as much as there are NA rule that needs to be observed when only the National Assembly is meeting, and there are NCOP rules that needs to be observed when the NCOP is sitting. But he has, of course, indicated that the necessary steps will be taken to address what happened from going through the Rules Committee and to other structures available at Parliament.
Absolutely. Indeed, the joint rules have been put in place to ensure that presiding officers are able to maintain decorum in the House, that members are able to respectfully engage. And in this case, of course, during the State of the Nation address, that was an opportunity for the state president to deliver his annual State of the Nation address and to announce his much anticipated, what government's program of action is going to be for the year ahead. And we also did talk about the fact that this is such a critical year, so which makes it all the more important. So when disruptions happen, obviously, presiding officers are going to invoke those rules to ensure that the business of the day is able to proceed. And
you was very clear in explaining that today's events, today and tomorrow's events, are actually the one for members to raise whatever issues that they might have, whether with the president or with the executive. But they have an opportunity today, as we've heard already from those that have taken the podium in the House, that yes, you have your concerns, you raise them. As yet indicated that today would have been best for them to raise those issues, but he did say that action will be taken against those MPs.
And of course, that is also within the context of the powers and privileges and the rules as well. So there are systems in place to address transgressions, rather, when a presiding officer feels that as of the view, and based on the rules, of course, being fair as well to members, because members have the privilege of freedom of speech in the House to engage, to raise their issues where there's an issue that they feel has not been properly addressed. They have the opportunity to raise their issues in a platform that is on their platform, but obviously they must do so in a manner that is respectful, also taking cognizance of the importance of what is the focal, the chief, the overarching agenda of the day was really to receive the President's State of the Nation address for the year ahead.
And the debate continues this afternoon, and we're still expecting to hear from some members of other political parties. We've had the leader of the opposition, Mr. Steenhuisen, raising his issues. We've had Mr. Julius Malema talking on the leader of the EFF. And we've had Ms. Phemi Matrodina as well, the chief whip of the majority party, which is the ANC in the National Assembly. We are yet to hear from the smaller parties as the day progresses, and also on what issues they would be focusing on. But just talking on the reduction of unemployment, Sibu, something that the President provided an update on when he delivered the State of the Nation address, indicating that the Social Employment Fund was in the process of recruiting about 50,000 participants in its next phase of undertaking work for the common good. It also indicated that the National Youth Service is looking at creating about 36,000 opportunities through non-profit and community-based organizations. We've heard that the Department of Home Affairs has recruited over 10,000 young persons to digitize their records. We know that most of the Home Affairs records are still like manual, so President undertook last year that there would be the digitization of Home Affairs information.
Absolutely. And another point, as we know, Thembinkosi, this also came out from the reactions from members and from the various political parties last week after the President delivered his State of the Nation address, and it was the issue around plans to put in place a minister, to appoint a minister of electricity. And a lot of parties felt that it's actually ill-advised, that it's not probably the correct course of action. But of course, as we are as has been clarified as well by the Secretary of the National Assembly earlier, and of course also by Ndate Papo, who was just basically saying that the two-day debate is the platform that members have to raise their counter-proposals. If they disagree with some of the proposals that have been put in place or put forth by the President, then you cannot just disagree. Then you must at least have a counter-proposal as well, so that all of these, obviously it's a platform for a battle of ideas to ensure that we collectively take the country forward.
Yeah, and we're looking to see what proposal are those members going to be coming with in reiteration to the announcement of the appointment of the Minister of Electricity. I mean, Sibu, my understanding is that when that appointment is made, the presidency will clearly state what is expected from that minister. So I think that perhaps a benefit of the doubt should be given, or the president should be afforded an opportunity to make the appointment and then look at the job description, and then we can then become critical from there.
Absolutely, and as we can see, members are now going into the City Hall, making their way into the City Hall to proceed with the proceedings of the day. And the proceedings of the day, really, at the top of the agenda, obviously, is to create this platform to ensure that members of both houses are able to raise their comments, questions, and counter-proposals with regards to the President's State of the Nation address.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, please sit down. No, they're seated. Please settle down. Honorable Nyambi should get ready to chair as we move on. But before he comes up, there's just one little issue. I think it's a very important issue that I need to raise very, very briefly. There's an allegation that has been raised. This relates to the joint sitting on the 9th of February, where the Speaker is said to have said that members of the EFF are animals. And it was repeated in the House and was made on public broadcasts and circulated even on social media. It is alleged that in the process, the Speaker said, animals out. These were not the words uttered by the Speaker. The unrevised, I want to emphasize, unrevised Hansard correctly reflects the words as Pumani men, translated to get out men. The Hansard has now been shown to have to indicate that no such words were uttered by the Speaker, but because the matter has also been referred to the Joint Rules Committee, both the unrevised Hansard as well as whatever related documents will be made available to the Joint Rules Committee. So those who are alleging that these were said again, these words were said, will be able to contest that when all the information is made available. Yes, Floyd? Honorable Floyd.
No, thank you very much. First, we do not know what item you're speaking on now, in terms of the intervention that we're making now. And what you have just spoken to now is not a reflection of reality. The Speaker said animals out in the process of the EFF members of Parliament going out of, it's on record. And that is why we have written to the Rules Committee to lodge a complaint against her, and we've already tabled a motion of no confidence, which we are sure is going to be successful against her, because that was the most irresponsible thing to could ever be said by anyone here. So we will be able to illustrate that vividly, and there won't be any way we are going to hide that in terms of these issues. So let's wait for the process of the Rules Committee to deal with that, instead of trying to shortcut us here in this particular. So there can't be record of Parliament that says that there was no such thing said, because it was said here by an extremely irresponsible and reckless Speaker.
Yeah. I'm sure the information is meant for noting, and the issues will be pursued as indicated. Thank you very much. Now, our next speaker is going to be the Premier, Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, Your Excellency, Honorable Deputy President, and honorable members, we are honored to stand here on this august house on behalf of the African National Congress to join the millions of South Africans in welcoming the State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency, the President Ramaphosa. Honorable members, we listened to Inganekwane from EDA, the coalition of corruption led by the DA at Tshwane, Johannesburg, and Ekurhuleni. Honorable members, this has been exposed, none other than the Auditor General. This corruption was exposed by the Auditor General, and these municipalities have literally collapsed. The municipality and the people are not getting services. The instability and the wholesale failure to deliver quality services to municipal residents is attributed to the DA and its incompetent leaders. Honorable members, there is consensus in society that the State of the Nation address was apt, depiction of the situation of this country as it is. There was no bending of the facts, underestimating the challenges, and cooking of statistics. The SONA was a clear demonstration of the level of respect the ANC-led government has had on the people of South Africa. Honorable members, at times such as this one, where we find ourselves as a nation requiring leadership, and unfortunately, I can't say the same to the honorable members who will squeal and shout as if they are babies and kids. The 2023 State of the Nation address set us apart to our post-COVID-19, post-floods, post-crisis seasons with projects and programs that are necessary to accelerate transformative journey that we've had to undertake to get things done and things back on track. When we were hit by the devastating floods in KwaZulu-Natal, President Ramaphosa was the first on the ground to rescue KwaZulu-Natal. Never have been the president that we have seen walking the talk. When COVID-19 hit in 2020, President Ramaphosa led from the front. So I stand here, honorable members, on behalf of the people of our province to confirm that KwaZulu-Natal has rebounded and is recovering from the effects of the triple challenges, and almost all the sectors of our economy are showing signs of positive recovery. We can say with certainty that we are now back to full restoration in the areas of water, in concern with the priorities to the vital services that were needed to be provided to our people. We can honestly say that we have recently commissioned Aqueduct 1 and the reservoir, which was extensively damaged by the floods. This is now producing more volumes of potable water to supply many parts of eThekwini Metro than it did before. We have completed Utongati water scheme and currently addressing the reticulation challenges for our areas such as Hambanati. Repairs to damaged pipeline that supplies Umlazi, including Prince Mshiyeni Hospital, are at an advanced stage to full recovery to restore the water supply. Before someone speaks of the death of ignorance, Let me mention that there is progress on the issues of the beaches. We are resolving the challenges to the sanitation infrastructure that affected our beaches. Most of our beaches are now open and water quality is being monitored on the weekly basis. I wish to assure the holiday makers that indeed Durban and KwaZulu-Natal is open ukuthi abantu bezojabula. We have also quickly attended to the northern wastewater treatment. I wish I could say the same for the DA Rand municipality in Cape Town because they were not affected by floods. Your Excellency the President, the many flood victims who were left homeless and destitute in April and May 2022 have followed the state of the address in their dignified temporary accommodation. It is thanks to the caring ANC government led by you, Mr. President, and your ministers, Minister of Human Settlement, Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister of Road Transport, and all other ministers that worked with us throughout. Not a single one of the victims of flood spent Christmas in the mass community centers. They all spent Christmas in the flats. We were with our people up until the 25th of December, Mr. President, and we even had Christmas lunches with them on the 25th, 24th, right up to the 31st, because we wanted to make sure that when we talk about the fact that our people are now living in a dignified flats and places, we knew what we were talking about. We have provided privacy to the families and individuals who lost their homes in floods. Progress is also being made in linking all of these temporary flats with the land parcels. We have up to date secured 8 land parcels which will be used for permanent housing solutions in the western, northern, and southern regions, totaling to about 325 million that is needed, and that has been set aside already. I wish to say, honorable members, that our people know better than some of the members who shout out of their voices from a place of ignorance. Honorable Speaker, our province suffered massive road infrastructure damages as a result of the floods. Our estimates are that we needed more than 5.7 billion to be spent in more than 1,372 flood damage projects. We have worked with SANRAL. We have completed the road in no time, the port access roads, the Solomon Mahlangu, a big portion of M4, N2, R102. All these strategic routes were affected by floods, and they are now open. SANRAL has also just appointed a service provider to fix the N2 Umgababa and N2 Umhlali bridge. When we deliver the state of our province, we will be able to say more about the work that we are doing with SANRAL. We will also be creating the work, the support for our SMMEs, because in all the work that we have been doing, SMMEs have been involved, and a lot of young people have also been involved, including those that have been learning on the job in some of these projects. Emerging position is that most of the small businesses have reopened. At the same time, substantial percentage of big businesses have also been back to normal following the unrest that befell our province. The rebuilding work continues. Toyota, one of our biggest car manufacturers, and many businesses in the South Durban Basin are now back to business and are investing even more in our province. Through the efforts that you have put in, Mr. President, we have attracted billions of rands worth of investment from local and international investors. And the Minister Minister Patel already spoke at length about some of these projects, including Sapi Psycho. And Sapi Psycho has even opened opportunities for small businesses, young entrepreneurs who are designing and taking advantage of the value chain at Sapi Psycho. Some of them are in fashion designing, some of them are doing various things, and they have opened their own businesses, and those are jobs. Wilma Group has also invested, Hester Hannes, and Hester Hannes, Mr. President, they are even now looking for more land because they want to extend, and you've heard the minister talking about some of the women that are already supplying the Hester Hannes company. Tetra Pak, Carry Ingredients, and many other projects, Mr. President, that you announced during your investor conference are up and running, and they are creating massive job opportunities. And to date, the province have also attracted greenfield investment that we are very proud of having worked with your office, including the infrastructure office. We also welcome your progress report, Mr. President, on the work that is being done on the National Ports Authority, and we really wish to impress upon our government to ensure that we really get our port back to being competitive as KwaZulu-Natal, as a strategic logistic corridor for Africa. We welcome the President's intervention on pressing matters to secure a reliable supply of energy. We have been warned by the wise that instead of casting darkness, let us light a candle, dance in the storm to innovate and find better ways of illuminating our world. In this regard, as KwaZulu-Natal, we have taken various steps to secure energy supply, with the province being very well positioned for alternative energy generation, green hydrogen, electricity, bioethanol from our sugar, and biomass as well that we already have in many of our houses. Our Executive Council has also approved a team working on alternative energy generation, including work with municipalities to fast-track energy generation. I was very sad to hear my learned friend, the Honorable Premier of Western Cape, saying there is nothing that is being done, because I've attended meetings with my Honorable Premier of Western Cape, and I remember his words after the President has delivered his report, saying he is so excited with hearing the President talking about the progress that is being made. We welcome this intervention, Mr. President. I'm really very sad because he said this on his own. We welcome the battery of intervention announced in the areas of job creation, the wealth creation investment, and many other opportunities that will be open for our people. President, you showed that Amilcar Cabral meant when he said, hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies, expose lies whenever they are told, mask no difficulties, mask no mistakes, failures, claim no easy victories. Honorable members, we are happy to say that in working with our communities, our military veterans had a very successful summit in KwaZulu-Natal, a national summit. And from that national summit that was held by our military veterans, there's a number of initiatives that are being opened and that we are following up, including the digital economy, that we are going to be bringing them into that space. We are also discussing with a number of municipalities with a view of helping them with policy of ensuring that our military veterans do benefit, including the MOU that is being done with the Department of Education of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, also I wish to indicate that it was very disturbing when one of the senior mining executives of Sibanye, the CE, Neil Froman, in the Bloomberg article titled Investors on Strike in South Africa, which appeared both on Business Day and Business Tech editions of the 7th of February, where he argues that because of a general loss of confidence, business is now effectively on strike. The Book of Marxism poem and antidote warns us that the types of the friends like Foreman declares that they come to you when the sky is crystal clear and they disappear when the same sky is overcast and with dark clouds. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Zungula.
Molo Manyaus. Umhle kakhulu mama kulo white. Parliament belongs to the people of South Africa, and members must not be intimidated from doing what they elected to do. The presence of an elite police unit in the Chamber of Parliament speaks to the dictatorship that has crept in our country. It cannot be that state institutions will be unleashed on MPs in order to silence and intimidate them. No self-respecting member of parliament can condone what happened last Thursday. The country is in a big crisis, a crisis of leadership. In fact, the people in leadership positions do not have the political will to solve the problems faced by the country. The problems of load shedding, post office retrenching workers, SOEs failing apart are self-created. We have a president that may have seriously violated the constitution, may have seriously committed acts of misconduct, and life can't go on as usual. As a president who disregards our constitutional duty to hold you accountable, where do you get the moral authority to come and present SONA to the very same institution you do not believe can hold you accountable? We have a crisis of a president that will use every trick in the book to avoid accountability. Millions of citizens are languishing in the dark whilst crime is increasing. Drugs are killing the future of this country. Unemployment and hopelessness continue to be the adjectives most commonly associated with our young people. The real state of the nation tells us South Africa is a lawless country where kidnappings, mass shootings, extortions, construction mafias are on the rise. Traditional leaders are also under siege, and the silence from the government is telling. This lawlessness has even attracted people from far parts of the world to see our country as their destination for criminal activities. The porous borders compound the crime problem in our country. It's amazing that the elite police unit, which was in the chambers, is nowhere to be seen when communities are terrorized by illegal miners, when buildings are hijacked, police stations are robbed. Once again, they are nowhere to be seen to dismantle the forced prostitution rings, curb the ever-growing drug trade, things that are destroying the future of this country. Mr. President, you have failed to lead South Africa to prosperity. Everything has gone from bad to worse under your leadership. In 2018, when you took over, the unemployment rate was 25.6%. Now it is 33.9%. 47 people were killed every day. Now 72 people are killed daily. There was no load shedding in 2018. Now there's permanent load shedding for the next 2 years. The petrol price was 13 rands. Now it is 21 rands. Tata, asikuzondi xa sikuxelela inyani ukuba imbi imeko yeli lizwe. Xa umuntu ungamxeleli inyani uyamosha. And you need to ask yourself a question. What has changed for the better ever since you became president in South Africa? The best thing that can happen to the country right now is a resignation because ohlulakele. Your investment summits, task teams, commissions, creation of many ministries in the presidency, all to appear as if you are doing something, are not working. You took the intelligence to the presidency, yet there's an increase in mass murders, kidnappings and extortions. We have consolidated and created ministries in the presidency without any tangible results, yet you expect us to be happy with the appointment of a Minister of Electricity, whereas the MRE exists. You need capable engineers to fix ESCOM, not another ministry. When are the factories, eQuaqua, eHammanskraal, eGcuwa, being revived to create meaningful jobs for our people and turn South Africa into a manufacturing hub? Stop celebrating the growing number of people who are dependent on grants. South Africans are able and they want to work. Give people dignity through jobs and create conditions for their businesses to thrive. The township economy needs to be transformed so that the primary beneficiaries can be people from those townships. You can come here, Mongameli, and posture as much as you want, but the reality and the facts speaks from themselves. The country is worse off under your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Heron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, before I start, I must say it's impossible to avoid pointing out the absurdity of the DA suggesting that they can lead us across the Rubicon when they are still standing where P.W. Botha left them nearly 40 years ago. Just Nick, they can't even cross a stream when ordered to do so by the High Court. Next week, they will be in the Supreme Court of Appeals challenging a court order that says they have a duty to undo the Group Areas Act. They're going to go to court in the Supreme Court of Appeals and say that that is not their duty. It's absurd. House Chairperson, South Africa requires miracles to eliminate unemployment. If the economy was to achieve steady growth of 3% per annum for the next 14 years, which is nearly double the projections, the unemployment rate would be reduced to about 25%, but 8 million South Africans would still be without a job. No number of well-intended job creation schemes, entrepreneurial training, programs, red tape reduction projects will alter these numbers. In the absence of miracles, the President's words, extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary measures, simply do apply. Mr. President, we cannot maintain such a high number of unemployed people in the absence of decisive mitigation measures to ensure people do not starve. We have no choice but to adopt an expanded cash transfer system as part of a comprehensive social security system overhaul, as a means of supporting and ensuring social and economic justice, constitutional rights, and stability. The announcement that the 350 Rand per month COVID grant will be continued is rather less than we had hoped for this year's SONA. Given the magnitude of the crisis of unemployment and the destitution and hunger of millions of people, this year's speech was the perfect opportunity to unequivocally commit the state to implementing a basic income grant. A comprehensive social security system can and must be implemented with the necessary political will. Inefficient government perks and programs must be closed. The number of government departments should be reduced. At a provincial level, there's an urgent need to reconsider spending that occurs through Premier's offices, and regressive or ineffective tax expenditure must be shut down or fixed. If we did these things, Mr. President, we could prioritize the needs of the neediest by implementing a basic income grant. Mr. President, the greatest barrier to entrepreneurship is not training or red tape, it is access to finance. If the World Bank is correct, we can halve our unemployment rate if we achieve the same level of entrepreneurship as our peer countries. We therefore support your view that growth and the creation of jobs in our economy will be driven by medium and small enterprises, cooperatives, and informal traders or businesses. But we must invest far more substantially in ensuring access to finance. The plan to provide 1.4 billion Rand in financing to over 90,000 entrepreneurs and the commitment to establish a 10 billion Rand SMME growth fund are good plans. But the fact is that if this finance is to be administered by the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, then that rings alarm bells. It was SEFA that implemented the President's Spaza Shop support program during COVID. SEFA implemented a complicated system that eventually paid out a minuscule 7,000 Rand to a small but unknown number of Spaza shops and general dealers. Mr. President, we urge your government to ensure that access to finance means exactly that, and that viable projects don't die in long queues and unprepared CEPA offices. We agree, Mr. President, that we must stay on the path outlined by the National Energy Action Plan, no matter how difficult this is in the short term, to end load shedding and in parallel implement a just transition to renewable energy. But the country deserved a clear timeline and an explanation for the slippage that has already crept into the implementation of that plan. Last July, the President announced that generation capacity to be procured through bid window 6 would be doubled from 2,600 megawatts to 5,200 megawatts. But the list of preferred bidders that were announced on the 8th of December only provide a contracted capacity of 860 megawatts. Also, Mr. President, it is not clear how a tax incentive will enable a large-scale rollout of rooftop solar panels. This sounds like a scheme that would work only for the rich. We propose, Mr. President, that your government pursues the PACE, Property-Assessed Clean Energy Funding Model, which links financing of expensive solar energy systems to property ownership, and where repayment is made through property owners' municipal rates accounts over a 20-year period. This will widely extend the financial ability of property owners to join the rooftop revolution.
Mr. Herron.
Finally, Mr. President, we believe that you are wrong to chase the DA down the proposed rabbit hole of an electricity state of disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Moll.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I propose that we give Honorable Zungula a second chance to come and debate SONA. He just came here and debated President Ramaphosa and said less about SONA. We must, from the onset, condemn the anarchic and destructive behavior that was displayed by some of the members of the House during the SONA. This is undermining Parliament, which is a critical component of our democracy. The conduct of some members was clearly not aimed at holding the President to account, but deliberately aimed at subverting our democracy, which we now understand is meant to appease the insatiable lust for power and relevance by some delusional individuals. What makes matters worse is that some used gender-based violence, which is a serious problem in our country, for narrow political gains, and in the process, humiliated young and old people of South Africa. The people of South Africa have indeed seen them for who they are. Speaker, we call upon the presiding officers of Parliament to be firm against barbarism. We cannot use taxpayers' money to fly to Cape Town and attend SONA, get in the House, and behave like gang leaders of Amapara. Honorable Speaker, Oliver Reginald Tambo, what does that? A country that does not invest in its youth does not deserve its future. In other words, the future of this country is linked to the support and investment provided to and for young people. As a consequence, we welcome the scrapping of experience for entry-level jobs. We are confident that it will help fight the scourge of youth unemployment. The ANC-led government has historically and continuously to demonstrate its commitment to the youth of this country through critical interventions made to cushion the youth from the brunt of unemployment. It is worth noting that the presidential employment stimulus has since its establishment created over 1 million job opportunities for unemployed youth, young people across the country in different sectors. In the education sector alone, 596,109 young people were beneficiaries of the program in about 32,000 schools across the country. This has a real impact for unemployed youth by providing them with the necessary work experience and skills which can be used as they transition to other work opportunities. I don't need it. This has further directly stimulated the economy. In addition to this public employment initiative, we wish to encourage young people to take full advantage of the NYDA grant program that is designed to provide young entrepreneurs with an opportunity to access both financial and non-financial business development support in order to enable them to establish or grow their businesses. There are many young people who have benefited from this and are doing well, such as Sibusiso Mahlangu, a 31-year-old whose company focuses on electrical control, instrumentations, mechanical engineering, and designs, which includes systematic integrations, industrial automations, and robotics technology. Through the grant funding program of the NYDA, he was able to obtain equipment for his business, which has enabled his business to overcome financial challenges and slow production lines. As a result, his profit has grown steadily, notwithstanding the global and domestic economic challenges. Notwithstanding the interventions made by the ANC-led government, South Africa is still faced with structural challenges which is felt by the youth. One particular manifestation of the crisis facing young people is that nearly 4 million of young people between the ages of 15 and 24 years are neither in education, employment, or training. These young people are largely from the black working class and poor families. There is a need to intensify and expand higher education capacity. There is further a need to popularize the Second Chance program aided learners that did not meet the requirements of the National Senior Certificate. For the sake of our future, we need to develop the skills of young people so that they become responsible citizens who constructively contribute to the development and growth of our country. In the face of high levels of unemployment, there is further a need to expand public employment programs. The presidential employment stimulus has demonstrated the possibilities for significantly scaling up and sustaining public employment to address the challenges of fraying social cohesion and gender inequalities linked to the broader social reproduction crisis facing poor and working class communities. South Africa, according to the World Bank, is the most unequal society in the world. We have the highest level of income inequality. Our wealth inequality is even greater, with youth unemployment sitting at 70%, majority being black and African. The current situation is perpetuated by the systematic structural problems emanating from the stubborn legals of colonialism of special type, which is characterized by high levels of concentration, hyper-finalization, and barriers to entry for small enterprises, which inhibits the ability of youth to participate in the life of our economy. The rising interest rates also negatively impact the ability of SMMEs to obtain finance from financial institutions. It is important to note that the value of speculative capital of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange is around 3 times more than our gross domestic product. We are like a dog with a tail that is triple the size of the rest of the body. The realities of exclusion, poverty, and inequality are not unconnected to these realities. We have a financial sector that extracts value from the economy but does not add value. The lack of reinvestment from finance capital, particularly as it relates to the productive sectors of our economy like agriculture, manufacturing, and supporting SMMEs owned by young people, in a matter that our developmental state must tackle head-on and be decisive in this regard. We cannot have a financial sector that decides usually on discriminatory grounds whom to give finance to for developmental purposes that will respond to the inclusion of young people in the economy. The youth has the responsibility of taking charge of its future. As the ANC-led government, it is critical that we create a conducive environment for the youth to seize the myriad of opportunities presented in the State of the Nation address. This we need to do with clear intention and clarity without any apology. The youth of this country, we must invest in it. Honorable Speaker, we wish to warmly accept and welcome the apology you have made to the people of South Africa during the day of SONA. And we wish to say to you, that is the only apology you are going to make, and we have confidence in you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Masango.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Thina siyi-Democratic Alliance siyasithakasela isimemezelo sikaMongameli ohloniphekile sokuthi imali yesibonelelo sikahulumeni yokusiza abantu abahlaselwe indlala izokwelulwa nokuthi ezinye izibonelelo zizokwengezwa. Besingakuthakazela kakhulu uma izinhlelo zokucubungula nokukhokha izibonelelo zisebenza ngendlela engenakukhwabanisa futhi nangendlela ebonelela abantu abasekuhluphekeni okukhulu. Bekungaba ngcono ukuba abafaka izicelo zesibonelelo bebengakwazi ukuxhumana nabasebenza kwaSASSA ezikhungweni zikaSASSA kuzwelonke. Bekungaba ngcono futhi uma abantu abafaka izicelo zabo zesibonelelo zigunyazwe kufanele ukuthi bakhokhelwe ngokusheshsha. Kungadingi ukuthi balinde izinyanga noma iminyaka ukuze bathole isibonelelo esiphuthumayo nebesihloselwe ukuthi siqoshe ikati eziko. Le mali yesibonelelo igcina isemakhukhwini abantu abasebenzayo, abanye abasebenzela yena lo hulumeni esikhuluma ngaye. Kuthi labo abafaka izicelo zabo behlupheke ngempela bagcine betshelwe ukuthi izicelo zabo aziphumelelanga. Well, House Chair, regarding the increase in other grant types, the announcement would provide much needed relief and hope to recipients of old age, disability and child grants if they did not have to wait for days or weeks before they received their promised grants. Somlomo sihlalo hloniphekile kusukela ngoNovember ka-2022 izigidi zezibonelelo azizange zikhokhwe ngesikhathi. Lokho kwenze ukuthi abantu bakhokhe imali yokugibela emba eqolo ukuze bathole izibonelelo zabo futhi bathenge nokudla nako okudulayo bebe bezama ukonga izibonelelo zabo zikahulumeni ukuthi zibaqhube kuze kuphele inyanga. In addition, a system that pays grants to non-eligible applicants while declining the unemployed makes it difficult to believe that the extensions and increases in grant budgets will make the difference it is meant to make. Between November 2022 and February 2023, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of grant beneficiaries waited for long periods due to what we are now told are systems glitches. This, Honorable Chairperson, affects people who are already struggling, who cannot afford to struggle for another day, let alone battle on for weeks for unpaid grants. Even the most resilient that we've heard about today will break under these circumstances. Honorable Speaker, these are not gripes from an opposition party, but they are a lived reality, the day-to-day, month-to-month dire straits experienced by millions of South Africans trapped in poverty and food insecurity caused by a government that stopped looking after its poor about 29 years ago. In a country buckling under 42 unemployment, where no less than 30.4 million people live below the upper poverty line, and where 27% of children are stunted, a phenomenon some are calling a slow violence of malnutrition, the Department of Social Development ought to be at the forefront of the fight against these ills. The department should have the systems, the resources, and partners geared towards ensuring services are rendered without glitches, are robust enough to absorb the shocks, and are communicated proactively and effectively. Sadly, what we see on the ground is the complete opposite. It is also exacerbated by the value of the grants that is further undermined by the exorbitantly high cost of living we are so burdened by. Well, according to the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group Affordability Index, a basic food basket to feed a household of 5 people currently sits at 4,228 Rand and 82 cents. This is a scandalous increase of 380 Rand and 33 cents from January 2022. That reduces any value that could have been gained by the increase. It is the time, Chairperson, that the ANC considers proposals and recommendations made by the Democratic Alliance in the spirit of working together for South Africa's poor and vulnerable populations. It is for this reason, House Chair, that the DA calls for the child support grant to be increased to at least the lower bound food inflation price of 945 Rand, which is way below the basic food basket cost, but high enough to make a dent in the crisis of food insecurity. We have also responded with firm, well-thought-out proposals to tackle the high levels of poverty and food insecurity caused by the drought, and later the much-abused COVID-19 pandemic, the looting that took place in 2021, and the floods that affected many households, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, and the Northwest provinces. These proposals were to no avail. Well, I will repeat them today, Honourable President. Cutting fuel taxes and levies to lower cost of transport. Reviewing the list of zero-rated food items, reviewing import tariffs on some food items, and lastly but not leastly, providing a private title to all land reform beneficiaries on the state land and landholders on communal land. Honourable Chair, along with calling for these immediate relief interventions, the Democratic Alliance will continue to call for economic reforms that open up the economy for jobs and growth. Millions of job opportunities will be created in this very South Africa if we make South Africa a place that attracts investment and scarce skills, a place where small businesses can easily start and grow. Sihlalo hloniphekile, i-Democratic Alliance iyakweseka ibuye igqugquzele ukuthi abantu bakithi besekwe ukuthola imisebenzi noma baqale amabhizinisi afufusayo. Sinesiqiniseko sokuthi lokhu kungabasiza ukuthi bamelane nezimo ezimazonzo ezifana nalezo uMzansi Afrika oke wabhekana nazo kule minyaka embalwa endlulile. The Democratic Alliance supports giving people a hand up, not a hand out. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Minister of Small Business Development, Honorable Ndabeni Abrahams.
Thank you, House Chairperson. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy President of our beautiful country, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Starting a business is hard, especially if you are coming from disadvantaged areas like Cape Flats. But organizations such as CEDA and the Department of Small Business Development give us hope, makes being an entrepreneur so much easier. You do not feel the isolation of being alone. You feel like there are organizations helping you. This support has proven that we as entrepreneurs can do so much more when we are being supported, even though it takes long to reach some of us. One thing I want to guarantee when my business grows, I want to inspire people in my community because I can see the poverty and struggle every day. So, what we receive today is more than just a tangible item, it is hope. Honorable members, these are the words of Miss Melanie Abrahams of Mel's Amazing Cakes during the handover of IMEDP for Mitchell's Plain and Cape Flats beneficiaries, the first time in their history. House Chair, I stand here to join those that welcome and support the President for delivering the State of the Nation address, giving direction to our beloved country. I'm not just supporting because he's the President of the governing party, but the State of the Nation address is in line with the 55th ANC conference resolutions, the January 8 statement, and our strategy and tactics document. The strategy and tactics document is very clear on the issue raised by President Ramaphosa, and I quote, social cohesion in a national democratic society will depend on the extent to which the rights of those in lower ranks of the socio-economic ladder are protected, close quote. In these difficult economic circumstances that the world and our country are under, SMMEs and cooperatives are potentially the source of economic vitality and employment creation. In his address on Thursday last week, the President reminded us that, and I quote, we are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience, close quote. The substance of that hope lies in our concerted efforts to position SMMEs and cooperatives as avenues for growth, employment creation, and resilience. It is on this basis that President reaffirmed government's commitment to unleash the full potential of small businesses and cooperatives. This is in line with the National Development Plan, which categorically states that most new jobs will come from SMMEs. But to unlock the potential of the SMMEs, we need to address the issues of market concentration and barriers to entry, access to finance, as well as business development support, especially through incubation. Honorable members, the country's economic reconstruction and recovery plan identifies a number of strategic areas around which the growth of SMMEs can be enabled. I will talk briefly to this. The first area, it talks to reviewing government support to SMMEs. And here, we recently completed the third iteration SMME strategy for the country, which is called the National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Strategy. The approach of our strategy is to mobilize and coordinate support across the ecosystem of the SMMEs with a focus on practical partnerships that leverage more resources and capacity for support. These include for new economic startups, on a recapitalized financing package for SMMEs and cooperatives, on a refueled incubator program, on a youth entrepreneurship initiative, on enterprise supplier development scale-up, and on a greatly expanded township and rural enterprise program. Contrary to the view perpetuated by certain parties, we have found incredible goodwill among the private sector and other stakeholders to partner with government on these initiatives. We should guard against narratives of mistrust that seek to divide us as South Africans and redirect us from the transformation path. Fellow South Africans, we have had complaints that our application systems are outdated and that we have inadequate offices countrywide. To address this, ease of application will be better enabled through the digitalized systems we are working on. We intend to use advanced analytics supported by modern financial technology solutions to improve our delivery model. We have been engaging with established players in the SMME finance ecosystem, and we are partnering to extend our reach and loan approval time, Honorable Member. We're also increasing our footprint as a portfolio at local level in order to improve access to our services. House Chair, the second strategic focus area identified is to reduce red tape and remove regulatory blockages. We are making strides as government in this direction, while we are working on amending the enabling legislation, namely the Business Amendment Bill. We have simultaneously commenced stakeholder engagements with SALGA to address some regulatory impediments at local level, like bylaws, permit fees, and the zoning costs. We will also be paying attention on measures to curb illegal trade that operate in the shadows of criminality and is a source of violent tensions in many communities. It is important that trading activities happen within the parameters of the rule of law and fair competition. The third area relates to more appropriate financing products. But before I outline this, in our midst we have some of the beneficiaries of the schemes that we offer. In the gallery, we have Sanele Ngwenya of Conformity LPG Gas, who hails from Durban. of course, he operates in an industry that deals with refillable fire extinguishers for residential, commercial, and industrial purposes. He was funded under the Amavulandlela program, an amount of 835,691 rands, and has created a number of jobs. The second one is Mr. Eileen Magumbi of Ulosoy Africa, again a 100% black youth-owned business which produces broiler chickens and has a contract of 5-year grower contract for Kroon's chicken. He has sustained 45 jobs that he nearly lost. He was funded to an amount of 14,979,000 under the Youth Challenge program that we are running. The third one is Mr. Enoch Mufukeng of More and More Investment Holding, which again is a youth-owned business and has created 192 jobs. He received support of 5,764,034 rands to purchase agricultural equipment. Ms. Ashley Robin Barlow, who's based in Kimberley, again got support, who is in the transportation of fuel and owns a fuel wholesale license. He delivers monthly on a 6-year contract with Kimberley Truck Shop. She has created a number of jobs and received a funding of 4,578,306 rand against the Youth Challenge Fund. We have Ms. Mabato Elsie Ramala, an informal trader who hails from Limpopo province. She joined our Small Enterprise Foundation. A great story she shares of how she's managed to take her son to university, and today he is a doctor and he's built himself a very beautiful home, including where he comes from. Lastly, we have Mr. Lufefe Nomjana of Green Innovations, trading as Spinach King, again a youth-owned business here in Cape Town, Philippi and Woodstock, having been sidelined for too long by the Western Cape government, and his business manufactures gluten-free spinach bread and other green health products. He was funded through the Township and Rural Enterprise Program. When we started with him, we gave him 250,000 rand, and then now as the business increases, we've funded him with 7.5 million under the Youth Challenge Fund, and he has off-takers like Pick and Pay, Spar, ShopRite, and Wellness Warehouse that he supports. Fellow South Africans, the story does not end here. During our roadshow in Saldanha Bay, the SMMEs raised their concern over lack of support to black and colored women-owned businesses by the Western Cape government. As a caring government, we have listened to their pleas. In response, we have engaged a plethora of stakeholders to collaborate with us to realize the localization policy to enhance the small enterprise manufacturing support program, and they will benefit. House Chair, we'll be doing more to provide financial support to small businesses. Crucially, SONA has indicated that through CIFA, 1.4 billion rands will be allocated towards financing entrepreneurs. I've had a concern in terms of the amount that we announced. This amount is significant. However, nowhere near what is required to address the SMME credit gap, which the International Finance Corporation estimates an upward of 350 billion rands if we are to support small businesses fully. Of course, there are a number of interventions we are making to address this as government. The future must not replicate the past in terms of racial patterns of economic ownership. Economic reforms must embed transformative outcomes that are meaningful and measurable. This requires that we are bold and courageous in changing the old structures of our economy. The state must fund the developmental dividend. Micro-enterprises are also the most excluded by the mainstream financial services sector. It is in this regard that we have designed some financial products which we are confident will address this harrowing picture as follows. The first one, the SMME Focused Localization Program, which is aimed at diversifying and strengthening the country's industrial base through a focused import replacement program. The financial support provided through this program is up to 15 million rands. On the Township and Rural Enterprise Program, which is a blended finance scheme aimed at supporting businesses in townships and rural areas, linking them to market opportunities. And again, the scheme goes up to 15 million rands. The Young Entrepreneurs Support, which aims at increasing businesses that are youth-owned. We have set aside 630 million rands for this financial year, and the scheme goes up to 15 million rands. The cooperative support, in order to make sure that we realize what we spoke about of inclusive economy, we are looking forward to supporting, and their scheme goes up to 15 million rands, 70% grant and 30% loan. On the informal and micro enterprise development program, which is 100% grant offered to informal and micro enterprises from a minimum grant of amount of 500 rands up to the maximum of 40,000 to assist them in improving their competitiveness and sustainability. And lastly, the Kula Credit Guarantee Scheme, which is aimed at de-risking bank finance to SMMEs and unlocking private sector funding. To date, this scheme operates with 25 partner institutions, the banks, corporate suppliers, and donors. Through this guarantee, 9,068 SMMEs are participating under it, and they have been guaranteed up to the value of 3.1 billion.
Minister.
Through the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development, we have an array of financial and other support instruments. The Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program that assists new entrant farmers with infrastructure. The Agri-BE Fund, which aims at supporting farmers and agripreneurs to acquire equity in existing, and the Blended Finance Scheme, which is a combination of a 60% grant and 40% loan, and that scheme currently is with Land Bank and IDC. Through the Department of Minerals and Energy, we have also designed measures to enable new
Honourable Minister, I'm
black
afraid
women.
your time has expired.
Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honourable Mokause.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, let me start off this debate by greeting the Commander-in-Chief and President of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Comrade Julius Sello Malema, the EFF battalion deployed in Parliament, provincial legislatures throughout the country, and municipalities under the leadership of the Deputy President, Commissar Nico Shivambu, members of the Central Command Team who are present here, and all ground forces of the July 26 movement, the Economic Freedom Fighters. Chairperson, we are here today to forward the struggle of development and the building of dysfunctional municipalities as enshrined in the EFF manifesto. As we have witnessed a lack of direction in terms of development in these municipalities under the tenure of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa of the African National Congress. Chairperson, the speaker who spoke before me have demonstrated that we are dealing with an individual who does not mean what he says and does not intend to do what he says. And as a result, our municipalities through South Africa have collapsed. When Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa took over office in the year 2018, 128 municipalities were reported to be in financial distress and dysfunctional. House Chair, let's quickly look at what Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa has said since he took office. For he has demonstrated lack of vision for viable local government, misalignment of functions and allocation of resources in this sphere of government, lack of skills and technical capacity, corruption, age, and you, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. He has said a lot of nothing. How one of the many reasons we and subsidies on a condition that they will create sustainable jobs. Chairperson, this will also allow us to depopulate cities while there is enough unutilized land in other provinces. But what is to be done in the immediate? Chair, if we are going to fix local government, we don't need the so-called district developmental model, Mr. President. We know that this is just another poorly thought concept from your office. We need to change the equitable share formula to give municipalities more resources to be able to provide basic services to South Africans throughout the country. Chair, we need to change the equitable share to allocate enough funds to clean up illegal dumping sites in Ward 29 of West Rand and Ward 8 of Metsimahulu in the Free State. We need to allocate enough funds for Ward 23 in Metsimahulu to fix unattended overflow of sewage that include Mangaung Metro. Chairperson, we need Nkosi Langalibalihle local municipality to build internal capacity to deal with flooding challenges during this rainy season, particularly in Ward 2 in Emoyeni. We need to fund clinics in Joe Morolong area in the Northern Cape province. We need funds to build proper water infrastructure in Ward 1 of Karrieberg in the Northern Cape, where people are without water. The people of Dierkram informal settlement in Karrieberg needs water.
As you conclude, Honorable Mokause.
The people of Caddington in Kuruman, Ward 7 of Joe Morolong, are without water and electricity. Chairperson, we are here as the EFF to say, until we ensure that municipalities has a clear town planning program informed by a land audit, formalized informal settlement, there is no hope for local government. And we are going to demonstrate that indeed we can govern when we take over power come 2024.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Deputy Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Nkadimeng.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency Deputy President David Mabuza, Honorable Premiers, the President of SALGA, Honorable Members, good afternoon. The white paper enshrined and foresee a local government in arms working together and not against each other. It places local government as everybody's business. So, Honorable Mokause, let me teach you what local government is. DDM find its tenets from the Intergovernmental Relation Acts of South Africa, which says all spheres of government, interdependent but related, must manage their own affairs and development. This is in pursuit of Section 152 of the objects of local government and Section 154, which mandates national government to support municipalities. The financial model, I'm worried that you are a member of the NCOP. I wonder how many meetings we have missed. Because to this end, COGTA, National Treasury, FFC, DCOG have put up 2 terms of discussions with the document heading over for the adoption of the review of the municipal funding model. But let me remind you, the greatest challenge of municipalities is not necessarily the issue of having lack of finances, but is to assist them to spend the money that they are currently being allocated on. And I will tell you what President Ramaphosa through the department has done.
To this end, the 91% of the MIG for the first time in the year 2021-2022 was spent at a 91% because of capacity development and adjustment programs which assist municipalities. It's a multi-pronged approach. I'm sure you might have went to university and only wrote multiple choice question answers. DDM need you to contextualize the law, understand it, put it into implementation. Is not A, B, C, or D, or all of the above are correct, or none of the above. Context. So monitoring and oversight, the accountability framework under the presidency of Cyril Ramaphosa has enshrined. We have collaborated now with the civil engineers of South Africa, and 292 of our municipal officials are currently studying with the University of Cape Town, here next to you, supporting municipalities to deal with their wastewater, to deal with the guidelines on how to purchase and deal with programs. 19,000 jobs through that program has also been created. Our energy response also look into the conversion of INEP to ensure that municipalities also use alternative models of power to get off the grid, put battery storages to ensure that the continuous infrastructure like sewer plants can run even during the time of load shedding. Who says knows local government better than we do? When we define the tenets of the local government, which established the 1998 framework of local municipalities, and we know what we must do. Such of these difficulties, Honorable Speaker, draw us back firmly to cementing the steady improvements of our hung municipalities in how we managed coalitions. Of course, our democracy is giving a practical expression to the values of multi-party governance. However, this also means our legislation must change. Interestingly, coalition agreements were crafted with the sole intention of destabilizing the ANC, remove it from power at all costs. We observed, nicely so, after local government elections, political parties converging, led by the Honorable Stenhazen. There was nothing fundamental about the agreements. We just don't want those who don't black, green, and gold next to us will run this thing on their own. Ha! History taught you. Where are we, Honorable President? Thank you very much for keeping calm. Thank you very much for never subscribing to pressure, even when you were told to lose the developmental ethos of the ANC. You stayed and you said, let them govern. Let's tell you now what is happening in your coalition-led municipalities. Others are calling us now. They are saying, come, let's serve with you. Some of you think the resignation of the mayor of Tshwane in the middle of the night yesterday is what cracks the coalition. No, you are wrong. In 2026 to 2021, Tshwane coalition could not even do one basic task: elect what committee members. What committee members? Everything is complex and dynamic after that. The coalition operated for the whole term, violating the basic tenets of local government, which is public participation. He waits for all of us, including his residents, this layer, to go to bed having a mayor. And we wake up in the morning, uhambile lendoda ezinzulwini zebusuku, in the midst of the night. But let me tell you why he left without saying bye-bye. Honorable Speaker, he left because he left a trail of destruction. Predecessors also did the same with him. 12 billion rand Great Africa extravaganza of Solim Simang. 10 billion for him alone, hence he went bye-bye. Eskom debt of 1.4 billion. 1 billion to rent water. Wi-Fi disconnection. Buses are stand still. It was Arieng. In Sutu will say Arifilo Beanu. Bus don't have petrol. The Democratic-led coalition has produced 4 mayors in 6 years, 6 months. This means, Honorable John Stenhazen, by your standard of quality and production, Your mayors run for 19 months in development. The less said about Madame Pepalatse, the better. It is better for us to say 1% threshold needs to be put in our PR system. For those who do not have seats, to be able to find a particular threshold to make a municipality. We are reviewing our enhancement strategy, Honorable President, and we are saying the tax administration, SARS must not pay back refunds to people who are owing municipalities. Schedule 2 and 10 of the Municipal Systems Act, the local government must make sure that beyond councillors, we also ensure that public office bearers, employees, parliamentarians and everybody else pay municipalities for their generation to be renewed. A district revenue allocation must also be dealt with in SARS. Our procurement legislation only don't protect municipalities. A municipality cannot even generate funds besides selling a tender document. It can't ensure that the person has been paid. But you also need to review and incentivize small businesses, as Honorable Ndabeni has said. But what is this story about? This story is about all the support that we have made to ensure that the journey for local government, imperfect in its transition as it was, we all will not tie. Our stakeholders say deepen the implementation of DDM. They say in the allocation of 14.5 billion of 21%, 91% has been spent for municipalities. And this translated in 53,469 households where basic water was provided. This NCPO member, South Africa. 43,900 households provided with sanitation services. 79,671 households with first-time experiencing street and community lighting. COGTA, through our agency, MISA, completed 118 boreholes in the past financial year, servicing 24,000. Why are you having a hangover? You are Googling Pulukwan. Go to Tshwane. Go to Tshwane. Don't have a handover. I've got a A+ gone in Pulukwan. I did not miss a 10 billion. I didn't lose. Didn't owe ESCOM. Didn't owe a water board. Had no corruption case. Google other things. They are bilapo. Google other things. Google other things. Community infrastructure with regard to waste collection. Community infrastructure with regard to waste collection and disposal have been developed. 11 central collection points, Honorable President, with the partnership of the Department of Environment in assisting us to ensure that we cleanse our municipalities and communities.
As you conclude,
and assist
Honorable
them
Deputy
with
Minister.
water communities. And lastly, Honorable Chair, 1,474 kilometers have been built of municipal roads with integrated locked service.
Thank you. Order. Order. The next speaker is Honorable Shiriva. Order, honorable members. We have got a speaker at the podium.
Honorable Chairperson, as has become a routine, the former chairman of the ANC Cadre Deployment Committee offered us a series of platitudes about building a capable state at the State of the Nation address. And also, as usual, he entirely avoided the most important cause of the collapse of the South African state, namely the corrupt ANC Cadre Deployment Committee that he led during the height of the Zuma administration. Over the past 4 years, the DA has run a laser-focused campaign against cadre deployment corruption. Keer op keer het ons die president gewaarsku dat ons nie sal rus voordat kaderontplooiing verslaan is nie. By giving the ANC unconstitutional powers to interfere in appointment processes, this system leads directly to the appointment of incompetent and corrupt individuals in government departments and state-owned enterprises. Behind the collapse of every public service, from load shedding to policing to railways, you will find an ANC cadre who should never have been appointed in the first place. But our warnings fell on deaf ears. The more the DA intensifies our campaign against cadre deployment, the more vigorously President Ramaphosa and others in the ANC defend it. And then he has the temerity to stand on this stage and talk about building a capable state. Don't you get it, Mr. President? Not one person in this country believes that you are serious about fighting corruption when you never miss a chance to defend the cause of corruption, ANC cadre deployment. Nou, terwyl die ANC dit nie wil hoor nie, sit die res van Suid-Afrika regop oor die DA se oorlog teen hierdie bose stelsel. Today, the vast majority of South Africans stand united behind the DA on this issue. To demonstrate this, allow me to read a few short quotes, and then perhaps the President can guess where they come from. Here we go, and I quote, "When the ANC insists that officials should consider its deployment committee's recommendations in making certain appointments in the public service or parastatals, it requires them to take into account something that is not provided for in the law, and therefore requires them to act unlawfully." Do you know who said this, Mr. President? The answer is Chief Justice Raymond Zondo. Let's do another one, and I quote, "Deployments may detract from the objectivity of the person so employed who has to work on behalf of the ANC." Where does this one come from, Mr. President? From the DA's court victory over the ANC to expose deployment committee records from your time as cadre chairman. Let's do one more, and I quote, "Recruitment and selection practices based on deployment have gained notoriety, which has spawned cynicism. Some even question their constitutionality related to the principle of equality, and they may have a point. Deployment practices ought to be ditched in favor of a merit-based recruitment and selection system." Can you identify the source for this one, Mr. President? It is, in fact, a recommendation from the group of experts who drafted the framework for the professionalization of the public sector on the instruction of the cabinet that you lead. So if the State Capture Commission, the courts, and experts in your own government, as well as millions of ordinary South Africans, all agree with the DA that cadre deployment must end, why are you still so desperately defending it? There can only be one rational answer to this question. It is because the President fundamentally supports it. It is for this reason that years of hollow talk on fighting corruption, state capture, and incompetence have yielded exactly zero fruits. It also explains why this government is ignoring the State Capture Commission's finding that cadre deployment is unlawful. In fact, the hypocrisy of the President lauding the work of Judge Zondo during SONA, while knowing full well that his government has not implemented and does not intend to implement the findings of the State Capture Report, is the DA to lead South Africa across the Rubicon on this issue, and that is exactly what we are doing and what we are going to continue doing. With every passing day, we are moving closer to winning the cadre. The State Capture Commission confirmed that our war is both morally and legally just. The Deployment Committee minutes from 2018 to 2021 that we exposed of this country, Mr. President, as of this country, Mr. President, as
of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, together with the repudiation of the enforcement of Title III of the U.S. Helms-Burton Act. These punitive measures reinforces the U.S. blockade, which have created great economic hardship in Cuba. Mr. President, thank you for endorsing our vote in favor of the annual resolution at UNGA on the necessity of lifting the U.S. blockade against Cuba. That, members, is leadership. The Palestinian people has been beleaguered, they have been besieged, and they has been betrayed by the inaction of the international community. Former President of Mozambique, Samora Machel, reminded us members, and I quote, that international solidarity is not an act of charity, but an act of unity between allies fighting on different terrains towards the same objectives. The two-state solution, in accordance to the Oslo Peace Accords, must be implemented by the State of Israel. Mr. President, you hosted the President of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, President Ghali. South Africa must confirm the 1975 ICJ ruling that Morocco has absolutely no right to occupy the territory of Western Sahara, and we further call on the AU to engage with the 1983 peace plan adopted by the OAU, which provide, amongst others, members, self-determination for the people of Western Sahara. We further, Mr. President, wish to strengthen your message of solidarity for the loss of life in Turkey and the Syrian Arab Republic during the earthquake, and we further wish to applaud SAP's search and rescue mobilization and the role that non-state actors such as Gift of the Givers played in engaging in humanitarian diplomacy. Honorable members, for South Africa, the negotiation and entry into force of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the TPNW, as well as the Pelindaba Treaty, is a true reflection of what African states have achieved in pursuance of our common security objectives.
Mr. President, you currently hold the presidency of the AU's PSC for the month of February, and we request you, Your Excellency, to continue to mobilize financial resources for ongoing peacemaking, peace building, and the peace support missions of the African Union. Honorable members, we must recognize the sterling leadership provided in Lesotho by President Ramaphosa as the SADC appointed special envoy to Lesotho. We further have to welcome the commitment made by the Right Honorable Matekane, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, to prioritize the implementation of a comprehensive national reform process. Members, we wish to underpin the extraordinary SADC Troika Summit position, urging the Kingdom of Eswatini to urgently initiate a process of national dialogue, which we submit should be all-inclusive. We note further, ladies and gentlemen, SADC's condemnation of the killing of Mr. Thulani Maseko, a leading human rights lawyer and political activist, and the encouragement of SADC that the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini should conduct a comprehensive investigation into his killing. Mr. President, under your leadership, South Africa chaired the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation, and by doing so, led the process of mobilizing support to Mozambique through the SADC mission on Mozambique, aka SAMIM. We are troop contributing countries, honorable members, and since the deployment of SAMIM, there has been significant progress made as it relates to the humanitarian and security situation, resulting in the return of thousands of internally displaced peoples, IDPs, to the areas of origin. We further have to join the extraordinary SADC Troika Summit, ladies and gentlemen, to express solidarity in honor of SAMIM personnel who lost their lives in the line of duty in Mozambique. Chairperson, South Africa remains deeply concerned about the unstable security situation in the eastern part of the DRC. We particularly wish to take this opportunity to recognize the valiant efforts of South African peacekeepers serving in the UN's MONUSCO mission, and wish to take this opportunity to convey our personal condolence on the passing of Sergeant Vusi Mabena, the flight engineer killed in action. Sergeant Vusi Mabena, your blood will nourish the tree that will bear the fruits of peace in the DRC. We will tell your people that you love them and that they must continue the fight to bring about peace and security in Africa. Honorable members, we congratulate the AU high-level panel, amongst others who have our own former Deputy President, Dr. Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, as a member. It brought about the agreement for lasting peace through a permanent cessation of hostilities between the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the TPLF in November 2022 in a peace agreement hosted by South Africa. That, Mr. President, is leadership. South Africa, ladies and gentlemen, and members, execute our humanitarian diplomacy through the African Renaissance Fund to the continent and further afield. We have done so during COVID-19 pandemic, where we partnered with the UN World Food Programme to establish a temporary hub at Ortia. Some of our largest ARF projects, members, are located in South Sudan and Mozambique. On the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, this is a flagship program of Agenda 2063, which defined the Africa that we want that should be all-inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, a South African, Wamkele Mane, is the Secretary General and the pen holder of the implementation of this very important prescripts of the Abuja Treaty and the Lagos Plan of Action. The promotion of economic diplomacy, Mr. President, has directly contributed to your investment target of 1.2 trillion rand. South Africa's diplomatic missions across the globe stand ready to mobilize the 2 trillion rand target by 2028, with a particular focus to increase intra-Africa trade, which currently stands at 17% of our total trade. Mr. President, let me, by way of citing an example, demonstrate to members the significant implications of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Because of your leadership, we have exported in 2021 more to Africa than to the EU as a bloc. Our exports to Africa, ladies and gentlemen, and members, stood at 385 billion rand. Juxtapose and contrast that to the 355 billion that we have exported to the EU as a bloc. We are saying this Pan-African economic instrument is worth taking serious. Members, as the only African country in the G20 and BRICS, we are pivoting the African Agenda 2063 on the agenda of these very esteemed multilateral forums. A critical point for us for 2023 is our chairship of BRICS under the theme BRICS and Africa, a partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. Mr. President, the Global South is elated with the re-election of President Lula da Silva, and we welcome his support for your leadership in BRICS.
Conclude, Deputy Minister.
As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, South Africa remains true to history. We remain part of the ideals of the Nanaland movement, and we are committing, Honorable Chairperson, to uphold the 10 Bandung principles. We wish to quote by stating, each day carries both the burden of its past and the seeds of its future, quote unquote, O.R. Tambo, 1987, at the Olof Palme Memorial Lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Nkondlo. Yeah. Sorry, Honorable Nkondlo. Let me take the point of order. What's your point of order?
No. We adopted a program, honorable members. It's time to go eat chocolate now. We'll come back for this. It's break time, Jomo. It's break now. There's a program.
One.
Break.
No.
Order.
Break. Order. Honorable.
There's a program, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Ndlozi. One, it's inappropriate to refer to the presiding officer as Jom. That's the first issue.
Honorable Machomani, it's time for
the second issue. The program I have is that we are still going to have the next two speakers, then we'll get to that break. Unfortunately, Honorable Shibam.
No, thanks, Chairperson of the session. It is extremely responsible for the whippery of the ruling party to not consult with other whips when they want to change a program, because the program that is officially circulated, it's time to go for a break now after the Deputy Minister had spoken, and then we'll come back and then the list of speakers will proceed accordingly. So let us please go for a break. We'll see each other when we come back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see each other after the break.
The other members, the unfortunate part is that we are subjecting a presiding officer to deal with the issue of the break. But to assist the process, it won't do much harm to allow that process of that break to deal with that issue as we plan, because I'm not going to be doing that. Sorry, Honorable Nkondlo, for that serious inconvenience. Honorable Chief Whip, and working with the whippery, you have to assist the process, because as a presiding officer, I don't have that right to subject the House to dealing with this thing. What I'll do now, I'll allow the 10 minutes comfort break, and the Chief Whip will engage the whippery. Let's have the 10 minutes, strictly 10 minutes comfort break.
The State of the Nation address is followed by the debate, which will be held over 2 days on 14 and 15 February 2023 at 2 p.m. The debate on the State of the Nation address gives political parties an opportunity to debate, comment, and raise questions on matters addressed in the President's speech. Watch the debate on the State of the Nation address live on 14 and 15 February at 2 p.m. across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the SONA debate, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media account at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better. President Cyril Ramaphosa will conclude the debate on the State of the Nation address with his reply on 16 February 2023 at 2 p.m. Watch the reply by the President to the State of the Nation address debate live across Parliament's platforms. For more information on the State of the Nation address, visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za or follow us on our social media accounts at Parliament of RSA. Parliament, following up on our commitments to the people, making your future work better.
Good afternoon, viewers, and thank you very much for staying with us. You are still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. As you may have seen, the House has temporarily been suspended. The proceedings of the House, rather, have been suspended for 10 minutes for a comfort break to allow members to just go out and get some refreshments. After exactly 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes, the proceedings will then be reconvened again to proceed with the business of the day, which really is this debate of the State of the Nation of 2023 as delivered by His Excellency the President of the Republic, Ntate Cyril Ramaphosa. We are now quickly going to link over to a VT that is dealing with issues relating to load shedding. But do stay tuned, the proceedings will continue shortly.
We gather here at a time of crisis. Our country has, for many months, endured a debilitating electricity shortage that has caused immense damage to our economy and to the livelihoods of our people. And for 2 years before that, our society, as I said, was devastated by COVID-19 that caused great loss of life and much hardship. The pandemic worsened the situation of deep unemployment as we lost more than 2 million jobs. The pandemic negatively affected livelihoods and increased poverty. In July in 2021, we experienced the worst public violence and destruction in the history of our democracy, costing over 300 lives. Last year, parts of the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal and Northwest were struck by catastrophic flooding that caused extensive loss of life and also destruction of homes and destruction of infrastructure. And now persistent load shedding is impeding our recovery from the effects of all these events. We know that without a reliable supply of electricity, businesses cannot grow, assembly lines cannot run, crops cannot be irrigated, and basic services are interrupted. Load shedding means that households and our supermarkets and shops are unable to keep food fresh, water supply is often disrupted, traffic lights do not work, streets are not lit at night. Without a reliable supply of electricity, our efforts to grow an inclusive economy that creates jobs and reduces poverty will not succeed. Therefore, as we outline our agenda for the year ahead, our most immediate task is to dramatically reduce the severity of load shedding in the coming months and ultimately to end load shedding altogether. Now, under these conditions, we cannot proceed as we usually would. The people of South Africa want action, they want solutions, and they want government to work for them. They simply want to know when a problem like load shedding will be brought to an end. We are therefore focused on those actions that will make a meaningful difference now and will enable real progress within the next year, and that we lay a foundation for a sustained recovery into the future. We are not presenting a new plan, nor are we outlining here the full program of government. Rather, we are concentrating on those issues that concern South Africans the most: load shedding, unemployment, poverty and rising cost of living, crime and corruption. I must say, honorable members, there are no easy solutions to any of these challenges. Yet we have the strength, the means and the wherewithal, yes, to overcome them. If we work together and act boldly and decisively, leaving no one behind, we will be able to resolve our challenges. Last year, I said that we would take decisive action against corruption and make a clear break with the era of state capture. The State Capture Commission, headed by Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, completed its work and submitted the final report of its report in June last year. As a country, we owe Chief Justice Zondo, together with the Commission and its staff and all those who provided just a huge debt of gratitude for the extraordinary public service that they have shown. The recommendations of the Commission are being implemented according to the plan that I submitted to Parliament in October last year, so that systematic weaknesses that were identified by the Commission are addressed and state capture never takes place ever again in South Africa. The National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, consisting of people from across society, is in place to advise on suitable mechanisms to stem corruption, including the overhaul of the institutional architecture of combating corruption. We are working to capacitate the Witness Protection Unit and will introduce amendments to the Protected Disclosures Act to strengthen protections for whistleblowers. Work is underway to improve access to the Witness Protection Program for public servants that expose maladministration, corruption, and unethical conduct. We will finalize the draft public procurement bill to address weaknesses identified by the State Capture Commission and improve efficiency, value for money, and transparency in our procurement system. Our reinvigorated law enforcement agencies are taking firm action against companies and individuals alleged to have been involved in state capture. The NPA, the investigating directorate, which I established in 2019, has taken 187 accused persons to court in 32 state capture corruption cases. Over 7 billion rand has so far been returned to the state from state capture cases. To date, 12.9 billion rand of funds and assets have been frozen. This year, the investigating directorate will be established as a permanent entity within the NPA.
Viewers, welcome back. As we've indicated to you earlier, members just literally went out for 10 minutes for a comfort break in order just to give members an opportunity to get some refreshments. But members are literally on their way back into the hall, into the City Hall right now to proceed with the business of the day. And that is, of course, this joint debate to reflect on the commitments that were made by the President in his last Thursday's State of the Nation address.
Indeed, Sebu, I think that comfort break was much needed after such robust debate that came from the House. And as you are saying, that it's only for 10 minutes, and thereafter members will be going back into the House and we'll resume with the debate. And we still expect to hear more from members that have not been on the platform yet. And we'll see where they're going to be.
We'll see where things will go. And also, it's also important to just inform our viewers at home that viewers must be reminded that what follows now beyond the debate, tomorrow is day 2 of this joint debate. And then on Thursday, the President will be giving his reply. And then next week, we will be having the Minister of Finance giving us the budget speech, which really is dealing with the allocations to make sure that this program of action as announced by the President is actually budgeted for. But beyond that, if we're thinking about what is supposed to happen at the subnational level, of course, the premiers of provinces will also then weigh in on this program of action as announced by the President. They will also give us their State of the Province addresses, which obviously it is really about ensuring that these priorities that have been outlined by the President, that they are aligned to the development landscape of each province, but obviously dealing with the same specific issues. And of course, if we're looking at those 4 priority areas as announced by the President, it is issues that are currently really affecting most South Africans.
And that also means then, Sibu, that once the minister has delivered the budget speech, it's now also up for parliamentary committees, as the NCOP House Chairperson had indicated this morning, that following this, the SONA and these debates and the budget next week, then the NCOP will then hold the strategic planning workshop where all the committees will sit together, including stakeholders such as SALGA, and then plan their program for the year. And that also happens with the committees in the National Assembly. They will now be drafting their programs in line with the commitments that were made in the State of the Nation address, so that we can hold the executive to account as this institution that is responsible for oversight over the executive.
Indeed, Thembi Nkosi. And then the Minister in the Presidency, in a conversation that we had earlier with him this morning, also spoke about the very important role that is being played by the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, and that of of course, as we know, that is a portfolio that he's actually has the responsibility to lead, and he was just basically committing to the nation that all of these priorities that have been outlined by the President on Thursday last week, he has already put systems in place to ensure that they receive all of the key priorities and unpack how provinces and, of course, the country will be implementing. But members are back now, and we can see that they are ready to proceed. We are crossing over back to the chamber to proceed on the joint
Honourable members,
debate.
we will now continue with the debate on the State of the Nation address. And I recognize the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. And I'm sure members are quite happy now that they've taken their break. I'm sure it was nothing personal to me. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, honorable members, distinguished members of our judiciary, our distinguished guests, and fellow South Africans. It is 33 years ago that our struggle icon, Madiba Nelson Mandela, stood in the balcony of this building as a sign of victory of the relentless pursuit of freedom by the majority of South Africans against the brutal system of apartheid.
Honourable member, will you just take your seat, please? May I ask the table staff to reset the clock? You should have done this during the break already. Does the member know how much time is left? No, but how do we know how much time is left? Honourable member, you may continue. You will be informed when your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you, House Chair. Is it an uncanny coincidence that here we are today under the same roof at the tail end of our term in service to our country? Indeed, Honourable President, a new consensus is needed. I quote, born out of a common understanding of our current challenging situation and the recognition of the need to address the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, close quote, as you had stated. We stand here today troubled by the crisis of our times, yet encouraged by the spirit to overcome, as indeed all is not well, even with those that lay claim to fame in exploiting the crisis of the moment. We have to ask difficult questions as part of this consensus, Honourable Speaker. Central to the conversation that one has brought in this august house today is to actually consider the acquired geographies and their implication to embrace the storyline of the prospects of a society we desire. But before one actually takes that particular conversation, allow me, Honourable House Chair, to actually inquire from the Democratic Alliance that if it is standing here and requesting that the ANC must declare its cadre deployment, at what point is the DA going to respond to the leader of the opposition in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Cameron Dagmo, who on the 5th of July last year has actually asked for the total proof of DA cadre deployment in the Western Cape. And this is what we are still sitting and waiting for. Let me also follow suit to the DA member, my colleague that was here before, to just indicate to you that recently in the Western Cape we had to deal with a Tim Harris, who was the CEO of Westgro, a DA member who actually was deployed as a CEO And at a certain point, the same DA had allowed him to actually decide on his own salary, which led to almost 2 board members leaving the West Group board. Again, the former DA, MEC Madikizela, I am sure members of the DA would recall that MEC Madikizela, once again, when he was booted out by the same DA for their own internal shenanigans, he was then propelled to be the advisor of the Premier. And something, unfortunately, that could not take place because in this country, there is the rule of law, and the Public Service Administration could not allow that a person without qualification is actually elevated to an SMS position. Let me further indulge you, honorable members of the DA, that you must indeed, as my colleague has said earlier on here, the Premier of KZN, tell no lies and claim no easy victories. Umqolo uphandle. The MEC of local government once again was found guilty by the public protector in breach of his own executive ethics when he used a DA letterhead to actually instruct an employment of a functionary in one of the municipalities. So nithetha ngantoni? Allow me, House Chair, to further then counsel members of the progressive organization, the African National Congress, and others that are in this august house, to just remind them the theories of struggles actually teaches all of us that we must always remember that in these sittings and in these houses of parliament that we sit in, we coexist with the representatives of the oppressed and also the representatives of the oppressive class. And therefore, indeed, when they're standing here, they have to play to their master. We have to ask the difficult question, Honorable President, and that question that we need to ask is about the acquired geographies and their implication to embrace the storyline of the prospect of a society with desire. This is one of the fault lines if you consider the new consensus that you have actually referred to. The first question to consider is the value of the governance frameworks we adopted to allow the functioning of our democracy, particularly the role of provinces to work in harmony with both national and local government to enable a seamless service delivery. Professor Robert van Niekerk has written about this in his article in Revisiting History, the Creation of Provinces and the Politics of Social Policy in a Democratic South Africa. What he alludes to is that the factors that are constraining, Honorable President, the exercise of the constitutional entitlements by those requiring state assistance were the new provincial governance arrangements and fiscal policies. These arrangements have the unintended consequence of refragmenting the country not by race and administration, as was the case during the segregation and apartheid era, but by geographic location, hampering the evolution and implementation of de-racialized social policies in the post-apartheid era. His paper actually brought attention to the experiences of ordinary people in this Western Cape who indeed, as this country's citizens, find themselves in a political football by the DA. He further decried how this system leaves national government to decide on policy and allocate funds to provinces, but such are left to the whims of the provinces that are not accountable directly to any electorate and cannot be pinned to socio-economic outcomes. Actually, provincial cabinets direct provincial expenditure for their political determinations and priorities. He could not be spot on. If one considers how the city and provincial government here in Cape Town are deliberately sabotaging chances of restoring the central line, particularly the relocation of families that have been staying on the central line of Philippi, Langa, and some areas of Khayelitsha. This is a problem they had known for years and made it a political game to garner votes, as now when the Department of Transport brings solutions, they renege on their commitments. And we must remember that Premier Windi in 2019 in first state of the province said they are going to take over the railway line. So clearly they are not having any interest to actually restore and participate in the restoration of the central line. It is actually important for the African National Congress to take this into cognizance and go and tell the truth to the ordinary people of the Western Cape and the communities. As the DA now, what we found is that the DA ward councillor in that particular area has actually been involved in a campaign, not in my backyard, mobilizing the receiving community to reject those to be moved in that area. This is how the DA is actually utilizing the state resources to entrench an apartheid spatial legacy. It is the same DA. It is the same DA that has actually decided to ignore and rejected the district development model and actually placed its own JDA. And we must, Honorable Deputy Minister of Local Government, actually consider what does Section 41(2) of the Constitution says in the responsibility of the different spheres, because when these governance structures were placed, the intention was to ensure a seamless service delivery so that all citizens can be able to then receive what is due to them in as far as citizenship. Western Cape government has, under the auspices of this hard-earned democracy, called for subsidiarity, a fancy name of the ruling party to bring federalism through the back door, as winning it through a ballot is higher grade for them in Ngumnanza. A people divided for more than 400 years, the Democrats in the DA believe to build a nation is to separate people, as that is the easiest thing to do when the going gets tough. That is what spoiled bread tendencies look like. What then shall be the fate of the SA citizens who geographically are residents to the province vis-à-vis their constitutional rights and social policy benefits of the democratic order? One member was standing here and talking about the national youth policy and what is supposed to be due to young people of this country, because this country has got a national youth policy which is actually enacted through the act of this parliament. In view of the fact that the Western Cape government has rejected to implement and establish any integrated youth development strategy for young people of the Western Cape, what then becomes their recourse? Because these are young people who are not only actually private assets of the Western Cape government, but they remain citizens of the country, and therefore they are duly to benefit in the national youth policy of this country. It is rather shocking that the leader of DA stands here and tells the nation untruths with a straight face. Clearly, this leader has not crossed the Rubicon. Just a kilometer away from here, to see the inhabitable state that his provincial and local leaders have kept black people for almost 7 years now in a debilitating 4-story building, the Helen Bowden. They are living without water nor electricity, mainly being domestic workers and other laborers who would have worked for years in the Atlantic seaboard with no provision for shelter, as after staying with their kids in the houses of their madams, they are sent back to the townships at most informal settlements to find shelter.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
This is the same reality, honourable members, that even farm workers had to sit and experience in this Western Cape. For that, I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Nyonsho.
Chairperson, Honourable President, it's almost load shedding. And xa ubuya umbane wawutshisa umzumntu watshaye yonke into engaphakathi. And the question is, who is going to build that house again? Hopefully the new Minister of Electricity will do. Secondly, Mr. President, are you aware that as the panels zombane, you can only use them to switch the lights on. You can't cook. You can't use your fridge, you cannot use your iron, and only solar panels can only switch your lights on. And still, if in a solar panel, you must still go and buy electricity, and buy paraffin to cook. Thirdly, Mr. President, last year I was here telling you about the road between Butterworth and Tsendane, eyalinywayo yachinjwa itaya gravel road and that road is still the same even to date. And the motors are Chaisan. We've just lost a local chief there because motors are thanks to your deployees in Eastern Cape. There is no room or space for a comedy of errors in an occasion where matters of national concern, which are so serious and close to the lives of all the citizens, are addressed. The electricity crisis is not a natural disaster. It is the result of a series of blunders in the running of ESCOM. It is the outcome of poor planning, inadequate management of state resources, confused role between state departments, and truth be told, captured leadership of a party at the very end of its ability to govern. The disaster you have identified is made by warm bodies in your executive authority. By declaring a national state of disaster on the load shedding and blackouts of electricity, your administration is going back to the experience of COVID-19 pandemic. From March 2020 until the return to normal in 2021, in which the ruling party worked without political oversight. They undermined processes of good governance and subverted the internal systems for procurement of protective equipment and medicines for hospitals. The danger of the abuse of this facility is that the so-called Minister of Electricity and others in that league would make reckless decisions daily and overspend unilaterally without technical and financial controls in place. The real danger is corruption, selfishness, and greed of your deployees. It happened right under your watch, Mr. President. What guarantees are in place for corrupt activities not to happen under your watch? The PAC sees the ruling party as a disaster area. The economy is in negative growth and slipping further down the slope of disaster. The real crisis is lack of national security. We do not have a stable socio-economic environment. Land restoration is not on the agenda. We have municipality community insecurity, health insecurity, mineral and energy insecurity, skills development insecurity, food insecurity, with all forms of crime from petty crime to white-collar crime radically out of control. The nation requires a new pact, a rededication of all political leaders to build a conducive environment for a stable and secure solution for the country. The nation requires security of tenure in property relations. The ruling party you lead, Mr. President, is in tatters. It has lost democratic agency to govern. The attempt to plug in a stopgap measure such as the state of disaster is a fiscal risk rather than a solution. You are attempting to butter up the electoral constituencies with the risk of bringing down the fabric of political and economic management of the country. The ruling party is incapable to lead the turnaround from the national insecurity to guaranteed safety, to protection from lawlessness, and to stability to govern. That we desperately need. The country is now moving on autopilot. Azania deserves better.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Minister of Employment and Labour. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable House Chair, the Honorable Speaker, the Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Honorable Deputy President, Ikati Ngogwara, Honorable Members. I'll start where Honorable Nkondlo ended. Honorable Stayzen, don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. Marietta Okam, the Chief of Staff in the office of the Mayor of the City of Tshwane, Solim Simang, was fraudulently appointed to a position, illegally earning 1.2 million per annum salary, despite not having the required qualifications. By the way, the current mayor of Cape Town, Gordon Hill Lewis, was a staffer in Helen Zille's office. Let me also remind you, Dr. Walim Goke, capable and a highly qualified professional, was removed as a city manager of Cape Town when the DA took the change of the city. And his only sin was that he was perceived to be an ANC, not DA. Many capable professionals we can mention have suffered at the hands of the DA cadre deployment. So don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. House Chairperson, in his State of the Nation address, the Honorable President announced the several social compact initiatives to promote employment creation to ensure that we leave no one behind. There is a broad agreement from all the social partners on the 8 priority interventions which the President mentioned here. And those areas are very critical for job creation. We anticipate that 5 or more economic sector compacts will also come out of this process over and above the other areas where there is an agreement, as it happened with ESCOM or the ESCOM Social Compact. The expanded mandate of the department to include employment is reflected in the following areas. The consultation with the relevant government departments on the national employment policy will be finalized this year, whereafter it will be submitted to the Cabinet for approval. As Minister of Employment and Labour, we are establishing an Employment Creation Coordination Committee that is to be chaired by the Deputy President and will include economic, infrastructure and employment ministers, organized business and labor, and community organizations. The committee is tasked with the following: ensuring intergovernmental alignment guided by the pro-employment policy, a relevant skills and educational framework, the extension of the social protection to workers and support to work seekers, an ecosystem that promotes sustainable enterprise development, self-employment, and positive regulation for the informal sector, a labor migration policy and a legislative framework that manages migration to and from South Africa to benefit the economic needs of our country. In support of the presidential employment stimulus, the department and its entities continue to contribute to the employment in the following areas: coordinating the pathway management network with the presidency to support the young people. The UIF has partnered with a number of institutions creating and retaining jobs. Our focus is supporting the SMMEs. Productivity South Africa will accelerate in its enterprise development and support programs with a focus on the company turnarounds. The implementation of the Rehabilitation and Return to Work framework in the COIDA Act will promote the reintegration of the injured workers into employment. We also support the employment of people living with disabilities through our 13 factories and subsidies to the designated organizations. As part of eliminating the red tape, the department has tabled the labor law amendment proposal to NETLEC to reduce the regulatory burden on small businesses, which Minister Ndabeni Abrahams talked about. In the proposed amendments to the Employment Equity Act, measures will be introduced to enhance the prohibition of the unfair discrimination whilst improving the competitiveness of small businesses employing less than 49 employees. On the enforcement and inspectorate services, at the beginning of the year, I visited farms in different provinces as part of the enforcement and inspection of the adherence to labor and national minimum wage. Horrible things are happening in farms. You know the workers who have died in the scorching sun, those temperatures in the Northern Cape. You know what is happening. DA has been quiet about such abuses. As at the end of Q3, we've conducted 336 inspections and referred 5,100 cases for prosecution. Our inspectorate recovered 150 million owed to the vulnerable and migrant workers who are often employed exactly to exploit their vulnerable status as migrants. Migrant workers are being exploited by a number of employers, especially in the farms, in the retail sector. Combating child labor is part of the daily work of the inspectorate. The Durban Call of Action, adopted by the 2022 ILO Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labor, is a landmark in the movement against the child labor. To deal with the high number of work-related injuries, we are amending the Occupational Health and Safety Act of 1993 to increase the fines and penalties to deter these unscrupulous employers. The findings by our dedicated inspectors has resulted in the Department of Employment and Labor developing a national labor migration policy which seeks to balance 4 principles. Perception that employment of foreigners is being done at the expense of the citizens. The economic need to source and acquire global scarce skills and critical skills needed by the economy. We all know that the Department of Higher Education has been able to publish those scarce skills. Protection of rights of the migrants in line with the international treaties and our Constitution, and locating all these within the regional integration and the cooperative imperatives. On the professionalization of the public service, let me now wear my other hat as Acting Minister for Public Service and Administration. The national framework towards the professionalization of the public service has been introduced to ensure that only ethical, qualified, and competent individuals are appointed into positions of authority. And please, don't misinterpret this. Not just qualification. There are a lot of other requirements which we need in a professional. We have already introduced a vigorous process of pre-screening as we lay the foundation or the orientation for meritocratic public service. A meritocratic public service which is staffed by the capable, ethical, qualified, and professional public servants. Ethical recruitment processes include formalized integrity assessments that are mandatory, and tightened occupation-based competency assessment, and pre-service entry exams for the public service. The overall objective is to improve the capacity of government to efficiently deliver in the public goods and services. This is going to be across the spheres of government. Remember that the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into the allegations of state capture, corruption and fraud laid bare some of the irregularities and criminal activities that the professionalization framework seeks to address. President Ramaphosa responded to recommendations of the Judicial Commission, outlining a number of steps and actions to ensure their implementation. The strengthening of the role of the Public Service Commission, especially as it relates to the performance management and recruitment. The appointment of the head of public administration to manage the political administrative interference and managing the career incidents of the accounting officers. To further strengthen the administrative stability in the public service institutions, the DPSA will, before the end of the month, announce the mechanisms to be followed in the extension of the tenure of the HODs to 10 years, which will be governed by the performance reviews with clear exit clauses for poor performance. The gazetting of the Public Administration and Management Act regulation provides for enforcement compliance with norms and standards to provide a uniform standard of access to quality services and governance of the public service. House Chair, the process to revise the performance management system for all levels of the public service has commenced. This will include linking the performance of the HOD and the DDGs to that of the institutions they lead. As government, we remain committed to ensuring that there's a balance between the wage bill, the expenditure on services, and the investment in the infrastructure. And I want to emphasize, this performance is not going to be about ticking the box. We want to see what is the impact of what is being done. It is important to ensure that the public service wage bill or the wage bill negotiations are aligned with the planning and budgeting cycle of government, both to strengthen the labor relations and to prevent any risk to the integrity of the fiscus.
Honourable Minister, your time has expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Sitlolo.
Dear Mr. President, never has a government cared so little about young people as the ANC government which you lead. Mr. President, you may have forgotten about Thando Makhubo, the entrepreneur from Soweto, whom you hailed a success for starting an ice cream business using the 350 SRD grant. Well, because of your government's failure, his business is melting away as he struggles to keep it going due to the ongoing load shedding. Ismail Peku, aka Masien, a car wash owner in Ikageng, Kanana, is losing much needed income and has had to let go of 2 people because the number of cars he washes per day has drastically declined due to the ongoing load shedding and water shedding. Tebogo Lekauta, yo rona re moitseng jaaka Guluva, o ne a na le kgwebo e rekisang diphatlho ko Kanana ko Mandela. Ebile a thapile bašwa ba le bararo mo kgwebong ya gagwe. Go utlwisa botlhoko gore gompieno yana kgwebo ya ga Guluva mmogo le dikgwebo potlana tse dintsi tseo le gore di tsamisiwa ke bašwa e phutlhame. Se e le ka ntlha ya kgaolo ya motlakase e e tsweletseng go bolaya dikgwebo potlana mo nageng segolo thata yang tsa bašwa. Meneer die president, u het gepraat oor mislukte munisipaliteite. Ek wil u regstel. Dis munisipaliteite onder jou party. Meer spesifiek, mislukte plaaslike ekonomiese ontwikkelingsdepartemente wat steeds ons jeug faal. Perhaps you have equally forgotten about the local textile workers at the House of Monarch here in Salt River, Cape Town. The very local company whose designer suit you wore in this house back in 2019. Ke bo Thando Makhubo ba ba kae mo nageng ya rona, Mr. President? Hoeveel Ismail Pekus is daar in ons land? How many Tebogo Lekautas are in this country of ours, Mr. President? Mr. President, lo a re bašwa ke bone baeteledipele ba lefatshe le ba kamoso. Mme wena le puso ya gago ya ANC ga le kgone go lemoga ditlamorago tsa go kgaola motlakase le metsi mo dikgwebong tsa bone. There is no business, big or small, that can thrive under the current state of disaster created by your government. Mr. President, labor market participation in South Africa is heavily influenced by education and is skill biased. However, your government lacks the political will to invest in our TVET colleges to meet the demand for skills-based employment in our country. In November 2022, the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation held a stakeholders briefing on the state of readiness for the 2023 academic year. During this briefing, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, stated in no uncertain terms that they are grappling with the accurate projection costs needed to fund students enrolled in TVET colleges. In the same briefing, it was indicated that the projected number of students who qualify for TVET bursaries will increase by 48%, from 227,000 in 2022 to 333,000 in 2023, resulting in a budget shortfall of 1.9 billion in the TVET sector. In 2021, more than 140,000 university and TVET college students had applied and rejected by NSFAS. the majority of those rejected applicants being TVET colleges. This is despite the fact that the white paper for post-school education and training proposes increasing enrollment from 700,000 to 2.5 million by 2030 to ease the pressure on universities. But overcrowding takes its toll on the infrastructure. President, nnete ke gore wena le puso ya gago ya ANC ga le na sepe le di-college. Ke ka moo o bonang di-campus di le dintsi di le mo maemong a utlwisang botlhoko jaana. Fa e le gore ga o ntumele President, ke ne ke kopa gore gongwe nna le wena re tle re etele di-campus di tshwana le Vuselela, e ka tswa e le e ko Pudumong ko Taung kgotsa ko Matlosana kgotsa ko Potchefstroom go tswa mo go wena. Gaan kyk wat is die huidige toestand van die Potchefstroom Landbou College. Die toestand van infrastruktuur is genoeg rede om potensiële studente weg te stuur. Ha re fetsa ra ipotsa gore goreng bašwa ba batla go ya ko di-university e seng ko di-collegeng. A lack of equal opportunities in South Africa's education system has led to a surplus of non-skilled workers, while there is a high demand for workers with specialized skills. To all the young South Africans out there, please do not fear. We do have solutions to bring this beautiful country of ours out of darkness and into the light. As of November 2022, the DA-run Western Cape government had the lowest unemployment figure, which stood at 29.5%, 13.6% lower than the national average, which stood at 43.1%. To prove the point as to why TVET colleges need to be prioritized, here are the industries in the Western Cape which saw the biggest increase in employment. 1, manufacturing. 2, construction. 3, transport. And 4, agriculture. Mr. President, nalo ena re dumelane morwarra gore National Youth Development Agency ke another created disaster mo nageng ya rona. Segolo thata yang ha re lebeletse dipalopalo tsa bašwa ba ga jana ba senang ditiro. That's 7 out of 10 young people without work. In his Youth Day celebration speech on 16 June 2022, DA interim federal youth leader Nicholas Nyati urged your national government to immediately scrap the NYDA, a 500 million ANC slush fund. Mr. Nyati argued, correctly so, that with R500 million, the NYDA employs ANC cadres in high-paying positions, but creates no real jobs and opportunities for unemployed young South Africans. You said that there are no easy solutions to dealing with the ongoing challenges facing our country. Well, in the DA, we disagree. To foster job creation and create opportunities, the national government must establish youth work opportunities and innovation hubs across the country to serve job seekers, small businesses, and young entrepreneurs, and implement a tax incentive for small businesses to encourage employment. Furthermore, restructure the Department of Small Business Development to include functions and employment for the youth. Scrap the race-based job-killing legislation that discourage investors such as NHI and BEE. Cut the red tape. We've done it here in the Western Cape. It works. Cut the red tape to allow the formalization of informal business and to make it easier to do business. Kom ons maak die lewe vir ons klein skale boere en landelike gebiede beter.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
The next speaker is the Honourable Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, the Honourable Kapa. Order, honourable members, order.
Mandi zithobe ndibulise kuwe mbhexeshi wendlu kunye nabo usebenzisana nabo. Ngemvume yakho nike ithuba ndisondela kuwe mongameli welizwe loMzantsi Afrika ndisithi siyakubulisa yaye sikubulisela egameni labo sibameleyo kulendlu. Ngokunjalo sekela mongameli nesigqeba sabaphathiswa kuyabonakala lento ingabaphathiswa iya ngokungathethwa kakuhle imihla nemihla yolonto thina kufuneka sibaqaphele sibakhathalele kuba abanye abantu ababathandi. Ibalulekile lento ithi apha
kule nkundla ndizele ukuzongqina nokuphikisa nokuvumelana ngezinto ezithethwe ngumongameli. Umthetho wayo ke kuthiwa yingxoxo mpikiswano. Ndiyafuna ke ukuba ndibazise abanye abantu abangaqondiyo abacingela into yoba sizawuthi hayi senze kangaka. Sifuna nokutsho ukuba asenzanga kangaka nezizathu zaloo nto. Akukho mnandi ukuthi wawufika ubona indlu ingekho clean ubungayazi uba ibitheni zibe nje. Ndiyabona ke lizwe sihleli kulo uyinikile idiagnosis umongameli wa-analyze ngokwaneleyo wasixelela izigulo yingako sizowazi amayeza ngoku. Into ebangela uba abantu bangaqondi into yoba kuyasetyenzwa yile nto okokuba abanalo ilihlo elilodwa lokubheka okuhle okwenziweyo. Kwibhegi yabo abayiphetheyo ayikho ipeni engekho bomvu. Yonke into elapha ngungqi, yonke into elapha ngungqi, kuleke ikum no mistake. Yabona la mkwelekisho omkhulu. Elizwe sihleli kulo ayimelanga imbali ilityalo ngoba imbali le yethu isixelela uba sasikade sihleli ngokonwaba. Kwakungekho mntu wayelwa nomnye. Kwakutyelwe esityeni umntu engenase esakhe sodwa nesithebe sitya ndawonye. Kwamosha mhla kwafika inqwelo zenkuni zaza nabantu sabamkela sahlala nabo around the fireplace. Sangaqonda uba kanti bona abazanga uhlalisana bahlale nathi bayenhla. Sibabone sebesenhla sabe thina sisahlelisanga. Kuthe kungekabi kudala befikile ababantu banento entsha basixelela uba sihambe phi okanye singahambi phi. Nqana uba wakho wayibona inkamela basikhupha ngaphandle bahlala ngaphakathi batshotshe enhla kuzo zonke inkalo kweli lizwe. Mandidlule bendifuna uyazi kakuhle lento uba iqala phi inkathazo. Iqala phi lento sikuyo namhlanje. Balirhuqa ngomsonto ilizwe lethu bemkanalo bahamba bamane besinika indawana bathi wena pha ungasondele high flat, wena pha ungasondele endaweni ethile. Babodwa kabadidiyelwa kwinto ekuthiwa ngama-homeland. Le mbali yethetha ubuzawuthetha nge-agriculture ayizukunceda uba ucinga uba kulinywa endlini. Awuzuthi ucinga into esepha eTVini into kwenyani. Into kwenyani pha emhlabeni. Yiyo ke lento tata umongameli nesekelo lakho nabo bonke abakhokheli bezizwe ezibenyule zababeka apha ukuze babe ngamalungu okuthethela abo bantu. Kungabhlungu ukuba la malungu angakathi ayofika apha abulale yonke into emayonceda abantu ebebethe mabayobamela. Ikhona nenye imini okufuneka ukhubuza uba ndinimele kakuhle na. Niyayithanda nalento bendiyithetha. One, lento yokuba kwenziwe i-constitution xa ndikhawuleza yenze ukuba kubekho uhlobo lokulungisa umonakalo. Ezinto zonke zixoxwa zawumekhodesa. Kwabuya kuthiwa masibe indlu enye. Sangena endlini enye. Ngoku sesivele empini sangena endlini enye sahlala sonke. Phi kwaphi lento besivumelene ngayo bayitshintsha pha ngaphakathi. Akhona abantu abanganyanisekanga abahamba nokungalungi kwendawo zabo bazokwenza nathi singalungi. baphuma sebengayazi intoba umhlaba umele uba wabiwe ngokubunini bawo nasebantwini wawuthathe kubo bamapha njengephini mhla kuphekwa inkomo sekuvela into ka-section 25 kungenxa yoba bangamaphicankani into ebebeyivuma izolo abasayifuni ngosuku olulandelayo. Uyabona ke uba ubusilwa namakhwenkwe akukhishwa ukuxina hambogawula ezinye intonga uvukele khona sisaxiniwe ke kule nto yokufaka ku-section 25 kodwa siyabuya. Hayi umhlaba uzungaphindi yona nto singayo nje asithi ingabuya ingengo-25 ingabuya ngenye indlela kodwa nawe ubusempini intonga uzivile kungcono ubuye uze sithethe sihlambana indumo. Umhlaba wona uyafuneka lo ke uphansi kwenyawo zethu siyaxoxisana nenkosi zeza kwithi sanziwa abantu abangezonto sabhaciswa kunye nazo ungathi uzithembe kakhulu zilapha kuthi ngoba into emandi zifuna lento siyifunayo. Kuthethwa apha ngokungalungi nongokukwenza kakubi kwe-African National Congress chocho ANC ube khona udibanisa izizwe ukwazi into yobana masiyolwani sonke noba ke sithe sawubuya saphuma izithebe zethu zamakhaya okusalayo singabacinezelwa okusalayo uba aba bakhoyo abangobacinezeli yinzala yabacinezeli abantu abahambe bayojoyina kuba kuphunyiwe kumcimbi weCodesa nomcimbi olawulo oludibeneyo bahamba bazenza abalandeli babacinezeli abasawuphinde bathenjwe ngabantu belizwe lakokwethu. Mongameli isincedile yamali za kule nto ke kuthiwa yi-service delivery ubungayapha eSaldanha uyofika kugcwele amabhokhwe pha eThembalihle bheka izigidi zamarandi ezayapha beqale ngokuthenga ibhokhwe ngemali yabo yeCovid kunye nemali yabo kaPaysi namhlanje kugcwele umhlambi webhokhwe kulalokishi iseSaldanha benganikwa necommon age leyo bamadliswe ngumasipala wasekwaphaya kula Western Cape. Kuthiwa hayi thina asiyi kwi-peri urban imbalenhle i-peri urban sihamba phaya sibanike izithole aba bahlala kuloo mishweshwana yamabala sithi mabatyale bafuye inkukhu kuhlengenyani phaya eWestern Cape. Mandibuye ndithi kule madlana besiyinikiwe sizama ukulungisa umonakalo weCovid sikwazile u-16,000 hectares uluhlaza ulinyiwe. Ndisathetha ngombona andikathethi ngeziqhamo ezike thina sithi zizityalo kuseyigrain yodwa leyo uyabo zinkukhu zihagu ziphume kuPaysi. Uyabona ke hayi ungahlupheka nje Monashe wasemakhaya phaya kwi-G20 sithe sawubeka umcimbi wethu uba senza ntoni nge-rural women angakho amakhosikazi apha kwathiwa kwi-G20 masike sinikwe i-standing ovation. Ngeke ke nxa ungandinika apha emakhaya uhlutshwa kuba uyazi uba ndiyayinikwa kwezinye indawo. Kwanjalo sixoxe kwathiwa makuzofundwa apha eSouth Africa ukujamelana ne-resistance ye-microbials le nto inediphu phakathi kwathiwa hayi impilo yemfuyo ikwayimpilo yabantu iyiyo ke le nto kuthiwe mayizofundwa apha ngoba sithi sodwa siyaziyo nto. Hayi lilizwelo yintlanganiso enkulu kuzwelonke ngaphaya kwemida. Hayi thetha wena ngoba awunayo indawo yokwenza nomsebenzi awunarhulumente. Thina sinendawo yokwenza lo msebenzi. Uba sithe into sizawuyenza, sitsho kuba sinemali, sitsho kuba sinabantu bayo abayifunayo, sitsho kuba sinomhlaba okuyenzela. Lo mcimbi welali sibone kakuhle Mongameli. La manani ndiwabizayo okulima ngopesi asezilalini kuphela. Ungatsho eMpumalanga, ungatsho eNorthern Cape, ungatsho siqondene nemihlaba yabantwana begazi. Uyabona ke ngoku kuthethwa kamandi apha kuthiwa kuthetha abantu abangenanto. Bathi bona hayi sizofaka i-solar panels, sizofaka umbane womoya, yiya pha kuthi umhlaba ilanga likuthi. Hlala kwezo zindlu zakho edolophini, ilanga likuthi. Hayi thina siyadakasa amasimi ethu azokweqhunywa yisola. Izanapha nomali siyotrayina abafazi ngoba banamasimi, banamanxiwa, banemizi. Yonke le nto abona abantu bafuna ukuba nepump yesola ngamasimi abantu. Ngaya noba kuphi, that customary land is available. The hands of our women are available. Ungabikho umuntu ozenza imadama apha bebuza uba awuhlakulanga yinapha, awuhlakulanga yinapha. Kanti yena beyile edolophini. Funa ukuthi ke Mongameli, hayi usincedisile. Wayiveza inyaniso yoba kwenziwa ntoni. Kofuneka ke Mongameli ubize umhlangano omkhulu. Owamanani kuphela ngoba ndiyayibona uba le debate, it is about numbers and amounts. Kuthiwa hayi abantu balapha bayalamba, abantu balapha bayalamba. Umama we-DA yosuka apha besiseva kunye komitini. Uyayazi into yokubana savumelana kumntwana uqalwe esibelekweni ondliwe. Savumelana uba makondliwe xa selephumile, sangoyise babantwana, sangomakhulu babantwana. Savumelana salga faka utata uStofile ngento yokuba azathi ke kwawuphela awufika esikolweni afika ukutya sekubekwe ngaphambili. The school nutrition. Ubheke phambili ufumanisa uba ubujonga i-graduates ezikhoyo namhlanje ubuyazibuza zaqala ngekhadi likaSASSA, zakhula kakuhle, zabhadla engqondweni, zazinkquba buchopho, zinezidanga namhlanje. Xa kuyiwa emtshatweni njengalo sikuwo nathi kuthengwa iloko, inyaniso luze kum ubuyathandabuza. Umuntu othandabuzayo yemananini abantwana banamakhadi kaSASSA abazizinto ezinkulu abafunda kotyhupha. Thula ngoba unayinto ozoyibeka etafileni.
Honorable Deputy Minister, your time is expired.
Lesi status i-right ukufa nithathe abantu bakokwethu yeyenu nidakane sithabo.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Du Toit. Order, honorable members, order.
Agbare voorsitter, staatsrede 2023, oninspirerend, repeterend en deurspek met halwe waarhede en uitvoering met die realiteit van die algemene Suid-Afrikaner. 'n Belediging vir alle hardwerkende mense wat die verlammende effek van beerdkrag, uitsluitende rasgebaseerde ekonomiese beleide so swart ekonomiese bemagtiging en die nagevolge van swak deurdenke COVID-regulasies en werkloosheid moes trotseer. Ten minste moes ons nie hierdie jaar hoor van die president se drome van slim stede terwyl die gemiddelde Suid-Afrikaner onder die broodlyn leef nie. Vermoedelik het die president se sprokieskrywer hierdie jaar besef dat daardie droom nie meer verkoop kan word in 'n land wat 'n krimpende ekonomie en kragloosheid moet deurstaan nie. Vir Suid-Afrika om reggeruk te word, het ons nodig om God in ons beplanning, ons implementering en deurvoering as ook die erkenning van sukses te ken. We all have a responsibility to ourselves, our constituents, our political parties, and to God. God entrusted us with the responsibility to govern this country truthfully and faithfully. And is this what our constituents see? Is this what the citizens see? No. The ANC removed God from this parliament. History has proven that when government turns his back on God, God removes them from governance. I'm quoting Daniel 2 verse 21. He changes times and seasons. He disposes kings and raises up others. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning. How many times have you forsaken the country in favor of your own party's agenda, Mr. President? It's time that you realize that your responsibility is to the citizens and not to the oppressive ideology and the oppressive political party that you serve. The Lord does not sleep. Die disrespectvolle wyse waarop vanjaar se staatsrede afgeskop het, nadat die speaker 'n tongknoop gehad het, het die totale afwesigheid van respek en erkenning aan God in hierdie huis teweeggebring wat ontaard het in totale chaos van die proses daarna. Chair, I do want to focus on one important point. The fact that the president and its government has the audacity to take any form of credit by insinuating that the hope that the people of this country has is as a result of this government. That is not the truth. Your arrogance is your biggest enemy, Mr. President. Even your own constituents have lost faith in you. Mesmerizing them will not help anymore. You predictably focused on apartheid during your speech as the go-to scapegoat for all the disasters that your government brought about. You insult the intelligence of South Africans who know that your government systematically broke down all state-owned entities, including Eskom. During the Anglo-Boer War, when the English fought the Afrikaners, we were put in concentration camps, the Afrikaners as well as the Africans. And we were deprived of freedoms, freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of mother tongue education, and even freedom of life. It sounds like the new South Africa where you preach about a better life for all. Non-racialism, non-sexism, race-based legislation and quota systems prove the opposite in practice, Mr. President. Legislation like this is imposed to leave people behind and benefit the politically connected. You even strive to impose the English language as the only medium of instruction in schools, thereby forsaking the majority of South Africans. Die Vryheidsfront Plus het keer op keer die vorige staatsrede op hierdie podium gestaan en die gemaan om te luister na die hulpkrete van Suid-Afrikaners. Ons het die gemaan om aksie te gee, om in te tree teenoor misdaad, plaasmoorde, dit as prioriteite te hanteer. We het jouself doof gehou. President 2020, 2021 en 2022, ki dula kwamo, ki kupila wena gehoutla simple, levula sitsebe. By u doof gebly, president, het nie gereageer nie. Nie u of die regering het die reg om krediet te neem vir Suid-Afrika se sukses nie. Ons Suid-Afrikaners het die hoop. Ons is die voorbeeld van hoop en stel dit daagliks aan die wêreld. Meneer die president, ons sal nie u slagoffers wees nie. Ons sal aanhou glo, werk en floreer, nie as gevolg van die regering nie, maar ten spyte van hierdie regering. In closing, Chair, vir te lank was mense polities korrek met sagte woordjies. Genoeg is genoeg. Ons verdoen beter as onvervulde beloftes wat hierdie regering vir ons bied. Suid-Afrika verdien beter as die ANC regering. Ons verdien 'n regering met waardes wat glo in 'n drie-enige God, wat sy mense eerste stel. Ons neem eienaarskap van ons toekoms. Ons is die toekoms. Ons Suid-Afrika is die hoop. Dankie voorsitter.
Dankie. The next speaker is the Honourable Hendricks.
Honourable House Chair, it was a signature moment of my political career when the Commander-in-Chief told the media we voted for Al-Jamaa. That is leadership, nurturing a young kid from Soweto who is now the executive mayor of the city of Johannesburg, His Worship Alderman Imam Abubakar Tepelo Ahmed. Our own President Ramaphosa said in this house, I will cheer for Al-Jamaa, and the Chief Whip has continued to honor his pledge. By the way, President Ramaphosa is also my official photographer when I visit the State House in Tshwane. The leader of the Patriotic Alliance settled the challenges in electing a mayor for the city of Johannesburg when he told a rival mayoral candidate, Maase kind, let Al-Jamaa lead us. At the State Memorial Service, the Premier of Gauteng embraced us and surprised me when he said, Al-Jamaa, please lead us. On the eve of the 2021 municipal elections, the late Jesse Duarte, may Allah grant her the Jannat, said ANC members will vote for Al-Jamaa, but the IEC later extended the deadline, so it wasn't necessary. In Bushbuck Ridge, the Minister of Justice wants Al-Jamaa to come and lead there as well because the residents want to return to the Kruger National Park and live amongst the lions. Minister Kapa, which we heard earlier on, came to visit my constituent in Mitchell's Plain, but then she gave a fishing vessel for the residents of Mapami village near Umtata. The Minister of Social Welfare wants to help my constituency in Mitchell's Plain because the women there have lost their jobs in the clothing industry, and she wants to restore that. So Al-Jamaa is not ANC light. The chairman of the ANC told us once, you moaned and groaned about the Muslim marriages bill that we can't get it right. Why don't you draw up one yourself? And we have done so now. Al-Jamaa expected to hear in the SONA that South Africans must go out in their numbers to commemorate Al-Aqsa. Supporting this commemoration is close to many South Africans who are against the occupation in Palestine and Western Sahara, so well articulated by the Deputy Minister of International Relations. Listeners to this SONA debate must come out in their tens of millions to support South African rugby for cancelling the Tel Aviv Heat of Mandela's Mzansi Challenge, a big rugby event, and face up to the Israel lobby group in South Africa. Questions are going to be asked this Ramadan, Honorable President, about the events leading to the Concord judgment, and I quote from the judgment, the President and the Cabinet failed in their constitutional responsibility to put in place legislation to recognize a Sharia marriage, which we call a nikah. Also, the President and the Cabinet failed to give Muslim wives access to the divorce court just because they were married in a mosque. The Imam Harun family were some of the victims of the non-recognition of the nikah, and after being tortured to death with a 10-pound hammer for assisting resistance fighters in South Africa, especially Appala and MK comrades. When Imam Abdullah Harun was detained and tortured to death, which held incommunicado for 123 days, his wife and children were victims of the non-recognition of the nikah during the apartheid era. After the Imam's cruel death at the hands of the security branch, his wife and kids became homeless. They lost their assets because of the non-recognition of the nikah during apartheid. And this is still the case with many families in South Africa, because like the apartheid government failed Muslim wives, the present government has done the same. But there is hope, because I've been invited to join the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs to meet the Minister of Home Affairs, and I hope President Ramaphosa will join me so that we can sort
Honourable
out this
Member,
anomaly.
your time is expired.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is the Honourable Mente.
Enkosi House Chair, mandibulise umongameli, Chief Whip, CCT members, and the ground forces of the emancipation movement for the economic freedom in our lifetime. Chairperson, there is no greater tragedy in this country than the complete disregard for the well-being of safety and advancement of women demonstrated by this administration of Mr. Ramaphosa. House Chair, in 2012-2013 financial year, which was midway through the Zuma administration, there were 60,888 reported sexual offenses in this country. Over the following years, the number was reduced to over 49,000. But by the end of 2016-17 financial year, all those numbers changed. They became worse when Mr. Ramaphosa took over in 2018. By 2021-2022 financial year, there were over 53,000 reported cases of sexual assault in this country. In terms of governance and in terms of prioritization of violent crimes against women, there is something that this current administration is getting so horribly wrong. House Chair, just between April and June 2022, there were 11,855 cases of reported sexual assaults in this country, and there were 9,516 cases of reported rapes. In the same period, of 800 women were murdered. 1,200 survived the attempted murder attacks. 1,100 were assaulted with grievously bodily harm. Was there anyone arrested? 0. Replying to our question last year, Minister Cele indicated that the police investigation into the much publicized brutal murder of Namhla Mthwa in Mthatha Eastern Cape had reached a dead end. And there was nothing more the police could do to trace and arrest those who ordered the murder of this young woman. This is despite actual evidence of long periods of violence, of abuse that she endured in the hands of her erstwhile boyfriend, Major Bheki. Nothing happened to him. Namhla's case is not an isolated case. It is one of thousands of cases of brutal murder, rape, assault, and exploitation of women that were swept under the carpet by this current administration. As we have seen now, iLusikisiki Eastern Cape is #1 with rape crimes. But unfortunately, Chief Whip of the ANC, even the strategy you just employed today of deploying 8 of the ANC speakers from the Eastern Cape in your 15, it did not help. They did not provide any tangible solution. This is so because some of the biggest enablers and perpetrators of these crimes sit here with us. Some occupy senior positions in government and use the control they have over the state's resources to escape accountability. We have just seen how Mr. Bheki is standing up here and unashamedly weaponizing GBV to score only cheap politics. Tomorrow is going to be one of us. The violence against women has taken a toll. Now it's in the boardrooms. Women are subjected to sleep with me, you will get a job. Sleep with me, you will be admitted to the university. Nothing happens to such perverts. The continued marginalization of women in almost all sectors of the economy is a manifestation of non-physical form of violence against women. House Chair, various studies over the past 2 decades have indicated that women-headed households are more likely to be poor in relation to male-headed households. This is because, in general, women are paid far less than their counterparts. As recent as 2020, Stats SA Inequality Trends reported and indicated that women earned on average 30% less than men doing the same job. The Gender Pay Group report of the National Business Initiative released in 2021 also confirmed the same. We all know that this is true, but is there something that's going to happen? Zero. The EFF has consistently advanced the cause of women emancipation since our formation. Mr. Ramaphosa stood here and said absolutely nothing against fighting GBV. What hope when his party has destroyed the future of our children, particularly girl children, who now know they can't walk the streets of South Africa without being in fear? What must happen? We urgently need a Parliament Joint Committee on GBVF to provide parliamentary oversight over the problem of GBVF. Because if the police do not account to a body, nothing is ever going to happen to the women who die. They will never, ever get justice. But that will be very difficult. And the nice thing is that I'm now presided over by the House Chair who's responsible for committees. The problem we have here, we have a bloodthirsty speaker who unleashed special security forces to beat up women. I'm evidence of that today standing here. That is why we call for the removal of the Speaker of this House.
Honourable Member, will you just take your seat, please? Honourable Member, will you take your seat, please? Yes, Honourable Member, why are you rising? I can't hear the Honourable Member if you interject.
Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order that the member on the podium has used an unparliamentary language, that the Speaker is bloodthirsty.
Okay. Order, Honourable Members. Order. Honourable Members, I will check the Hansard recording. The table staff will assist me. And if necessary, I will make a ruling in that regard. Please continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. Children are kidnapped on a daily basis and they never come back home alive. There is no solution from Minister of the Police. We need a competent Minister of Police and a competent National Commissioner to take over. The crime in this country has escalated to the levels that are uncontrollable. We need a specialized and empowered unit in each and every police station to focus on sexual crimes and GBV. We need to get rid of the NDPP, who is not doing anything to prosecute our perpetrators. The bottom line, however, is that Mr. Ramaphosa, if you have failed these women of this country, but it was worse, you failed your own domestic worker, who was assaulted by the men you sent to go and investigate the crime of Palapal. You failed to intervene when the xenophobic MEC of Health in Limpopo humiliated a sick woman whose only sin was because she was a Zimbabwean. But you come here and talk Africa intra-trade. Is going to happen where? When we don't allow our sisters to come and get the services in this South Africa. But mandinicebise apha abafazi abaphansi komasipala waseJohannesburg phansi ko-MEC o-capable Dr. Mgcinichwako asoze baphinde baxuthelwa ama-apile wabo neswitshi zabo abazithengisa ecaleni kwestrato ngenxa yobana akukho nto yenziwayo ngugovernment kuhlukunyezwa sebehlukumezekile. Bafazi nabantwana baseJohannesburg, jongani kwi-EFF, asoze niphinde ningathengisi nibeke isonke etafuleni for abantwana benu. Minister of Small Business, you try to shine, but kubi. abafazi ndithwe Eastern Cape apho usuka khona akhona endawo eyodwa kwezi dolophu zincinci ene-shelter yothengisela okwe-apile bakwazi ubeka isonke etafuleni abakwazi ubeka isaluni abakwazi ubeka i-barber shop abakwazi ukwenza i-car wash ukhona Minister of Small Business khawenza icebo noko makubonakala ubukhona nge-20 kaMarch everyone in South Africa were shutting down the country, not only for electricity, for all the crimes that have been perpetuated against innocent girls and children. Amandla!
Order, honorable members. The next speaker is the Honorable Malatsi.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Many South Africans are really sick and tired of being mesmerized with poetic phrases about hope. They are frustrated about being rallied to be resilient when their lives are a daily struggle for survival. They no longer need stories enticing them to reimagine the future when they live in despair. Because for many South Africans, the hardships that they endure daily are inflicted by the ANC government. According to the quarterly labor force survey for Q3 in 2022, 11.2 million South Africans are unemployed. 10.2 million young people between the ages of 15 and 20 are not in employment, education, or training. They lack the skills or the qualification that will give them a chance of ever finding a job in their lifetime. This is the greatest betrayal of a generation of young people. And it's scary that crime stats show that every day between July and September 2022, 76 people were murdered. All of us, perhaps except those who live in the comfort of VIP protectors, live in fear of criminals who are not even scared of law enforcement authorities. Mr. President, many South Africans work hard to provide for their families and to protect their loved ones from harm. All they need is for the government to do its job and to do it very well. All the people of Giyani, Polokwane, Phalaborwa, and every other community that often goes for days or even months without water need is clean running water when they open their taps. They are not asking for miracles. They are just asking for the government to get the basics right. They look to you for leadership, sir, and they look to you for solutions. They look to you for compassion for their suffering. And while all of us in this house have a responsibility to deliver on the promise of the Constitution, you, sir, carry the largest weight of that responsibility. Yet every time you consistently miss the opportunity to show you care for the country than you do for the state of your dying party. We have become a nation defined by potholes that punctuate our streets due to the neglect of road infrastructure. Navigate those potholes in Nkuankua and between Makhado and Thohoyandou is a daily life-threatening mission. And for those of us who bear the misfortune of living in villages and townships under ANC government, access to basic service delivery is really a gruesome gymnastics adventure. This is the reality for millions of South Africans. While to many of you in the executive, this is not your struggle, because you live in the luxury of ministerial houses with free water, free electricity, and lately free generators with free diesel, while the rest of us grapple with load shedding. You have become shameless political tourists in villages and townships, only popping up to feign some opportunistic compassion during campaigning. Mr. President, that is really the greatest betrayal of our rainbow nation. Ke a ipotša gore na a le swabe na ge le bona mmasepala e dira leemaema ba thiba di-pothole ka mabu ge go etela di-ministera mola ba sena le tšona gare ga nako. Do you have no shame whatsoever when municipalities scramble to fill potholes and clear roads ahead of your visits while they neglect them during the year? Your party's failure in local government has unleashed the most ruthless assault on the dignity of poor South Africans. And to the Chief Whip of the ANC, who claims that no one has been left behind. Well, here are the facts. You have left behind millions of young people in the despair of unemployment. The policies of your party has left thousands of entrepreneurs with shattered dreams due to the closure of their businesses due to load shedding. And to the Minister of Police, are you not ashamed about gossiping about the consensual marital affairs of adults when women are being killed daily in South Africa? When women are looking to you for leadership, sir? And if you so much cared about gender-based violence, why have you or your party not said anything about the arrest of one of your members of parliament for murdering his wife? To Minister Ngungubele, who is a senior minister in government, yet cannot tell the difference between municipal and national government functions. The reality is that police functions, sir, are the responsibility of national government. And this is why we are pushing so hard for the devolution of police powers, because you don't know what to do with them. And to the Premier of KZN, you have no credibility whatsoever speaking about local government. Because you have a mayor in Durban who cares more about his non-existent Amapiano career than service delivery. And to the Minister of Energy, can you imagine being so useless that they have to appoint someone to do your job, yet they must send you to the stage to defend it? The so-called self-professed tiger has no claws and has been relegated to a glorified ice boy at the Ministry of Energy with the introduction of the Ministry of Electricity. And to Honorable Nkadimeng, the former mayor of Polokwane, Auswabi Nama, Reoboli mayor of Polokwane, Mitse Minchikwa Polokwane, Tropong Limahaye, Dibe Dillaka Meti, Lehani Bialo, Meti is Alevotata, Mara Honagotamoto Sasanka or Bujaka di Trelo Chidiang Chabi. But the contrast is clear. For those communities who experience the DA government, they know the quality of life is better where the DA governs. Right now, the people of Umgeni can testify that life is getting better under the mayoralty of Chris Pappas. They now know that the DA appoints municipal workers who are fit for purpose in a fair and transparent manner, unlike in the past where jobs were reserved for ANC cadres. The people of Umgeni now know how it feels to have a government that truly cares about vulnerable residents. Since coming to power, Mayor Pappas and his team have increased the basket of free basic services and the number of households receiving indigent support assistance in the municipality from just over 100 to 3,050 in this day. And right here in Cape Town, Mayor Hill Lewis is leading a revolution in infrastructure investment worth 120 billion. That will be the foundation for economic growth in the city for the next 10 years. Over 3 billion has been budgeted for major capacity upgrades at Potsdam, Zandvliet, Athlone, Makassar, and renovating the Belleville wastewater works. In order to secure Cape Town's water security and to protect the city from the risk of future droughts, the city is now investing 5 billion to introduce 300 megaliters per day of new water by 2030. In all these examples, these are DA mayors who are demonstrating daily how good governance and leading with compassion delivers quality services that restores the dignity of communities. From small acts such as cleaning public spaces to big projects such as massive investment in sewage infrastructure, they are showcasing DA government's uplift communities. So, if you are a resident in a village or in a township that to this day does not have water, use your power and vote for a government that cares in 2024. If you are a victim of gender-based violence who is yet to get justice because of government's slow processing of DNA samples, use your power and vote for a government that cares. And if you are an entrepreneur who has retrenched staff and ultimately closed their business because of load shedding, use your power and vote for a government that believes in supporting entrepreneurs. Let's use our power to vote these political scammers
Honourable Member, your
and
time is
restore our
now
country
expired.
on the path for
Thank you.
prosperity. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable House Chairperson, I wasn't aware that the Honourable Member is done. Congratulations. And maybe let me start with wishing everyone a happy Valentine's Day. President, Deputy President, and John. Can I call you John? Is it fine for the speech? No? Okay. Over the weekend, I spent time with a group of about 100 young leaders from universities, community and TVET colleges at Robben Island for the inaugural Mandela Sobukwe Leadership Retreat. The focus for this retreat was to illustrate the significance of our history, our constitution, leadership, entrepreneurial and innovation skills. For many of these young people, it was their first time on the island. It was a learning experience for all of us as we explored the challenges raised by you, Mr. President, during your State of the Nation address. These young leaders were asked to have a conversation with an ideal duo, Mandela and Sobukwe, about the State of the Nation address and about what their most treasured dreams are. One of the groups responded by declaring, and I quote, "We still staying, I hope, to find peace with ourselves, to use our teachings to better the future, to create jobs and wealth for all, to be able to stand on our own, to live in a world free of hate, to be known past our borders for greater things," close quote. These are not young people who are oblivious to the challenges that we face as a nation. They are alive to the challenges of unemployment, electricity crisis, water and infrastructure deficiencies, corruption, and the scarce and roaming ghosts we inherited from our past. However, they want to see this parliament seize with discussing solutions and these problems as opposed to squandering every opportunity presented for us to exchange counsel. These young people across the gender, racial and political spectrum left the island on Sunday with the resolve that their vision is to work for a South Africa of their dreams. Your State of the Nation address, President, as it should be, carried both criticism but praise. Without doubt, it inspired hope that the foundation of a future South Africa can only be built by the dreams of Madiba and Sobukwe and the dreams of those whom the torch was handed over to. Listening to the debate this year of the State of the Nation address, one wished that some of the leaders here today would have exchanged counsel with the young people who found themselves in the island, particularly the leader of the opposition and also the leader of the EFF. Every year, for the past 5 years or so, John, Honourable Steenhuisen here, convinced a few dignitaries and pals to rabble about the DA's so-called true state of the nation. And as usual, John, Honourable Steenhuisen here, did not disappoint. We are ready to govern, he said, only if the people can stop believing in the ANC. When the DA governs, he said, we govern better. And this is the most fascinating one, as noted by Honourable Gungubele and Honourable Premier of KZN. The DA propaganda machinery has convinced itself and Twitter followers of the account of Helen Zille that wherever they govern better. The big lie, and they keep on keeping this lie, even at the risk of looking ridiculous. On the day of the true State of the Nation address, and this morning, John, Honourable Steenhuisen here, bragged about the municipalities that they govern at starting with their golden goose, which is Cape Town, and he left short. He felt short of mentioning their boogeyman, the city of Tshwane. This is because on that day, pressure was mounting from the DA coalition partners to boot out the fourth mayor of the DA in that city in just 6 years. Solim Singmang was the first, with a scandal of 12 billion allegedly awarded to Glad Africa without following due process. The second was Stephen Mkhalapa, who was caught munching the scone of a colleague in the office. Nagamorogo. The third one was Abel Tau, who resigned because the DA was not black like him, and found a home in Herman Mashaba's Action SA. Then there is this last one, Randall Williams. Adverse findings by the Auditor General of South Africa, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. Sewers have not been maintained properly in the last few years in Tshwane. Waste has not been collected in some areas for the last few weeks. A looming scandal for a 40 billion unsolicited bid for renewable energy is about to come out. Withdrawal by the fleet management company from the city because they failed to pay that fleet management company. But even worse, you think it gets worse. In November last year, the city itself failed to pay the salaries of the workers in the city of Tshwane. But Tshwane is not the only pinnacle of the DA's failure. In Modimolle Mokgopong, where I come from, the DA has effectively run the municipality down by enabling the looting of public resources and glaring state capture by a group of businesses allegedly linked to the DA mayor. Yes, the city of eThekwini has fixed some of the beaches that were not operational over the festive season, and more beaches will be opened in a few weeks in that particular city. But here in Cape Town, the beaches remain the preserve of white patrons through systemic exclusion and racial profiling. Where the DA governs, the Group Areas Act of Governing has effectively been restored, with the DA mostly servicing their constituencies, much to the neglect of black communities. I challenge the mayor of Cape Town to make public how much business goes to black-owned companies compared to white companies in this particular city. This morning, I heard echoes of P.W. Botha in 1985 when John here, Honorable Steenhuisen, spoke of crossing the Rubicon. And yes, the DA should cross the Rubicon because the DA is no home for black and leaders who are women precisely because they are non-compliant. Ask Lindiwe Mazibuko, ask Mbalin Tuli, ask Pumzile Van Dam, who joined the DA with the hope that they have crossed the Rubicon. And yet, they were the ones who were crossed by the DA. I also noticed, John, the Honorable Steenhuisen, that you didn't mention Ekurhuleni in your praise of the cities where the DA govern. Precisely because under the DA, things have gotten so worse that it would even be ridiculous to blame the ANC. The DA is nothing but a pretender to the throne, even on our worst day. And yes, we've had those kind of days where we're at our worst, but we are correcting those particular days. But even in those worst days, you will never even be considered as our alternative, especially under you, John, the Honorable Steenhuisen. You represent the past that has packaged itself into a new repentant. That is why on the day of the State of the Nation, you wanted to even wet yourself, trying to appease both traditional constituency of the DA by behaving civil, prompt and proper, and yet wanted to steal the attention that the EFF was getting through sympathies by wanting to appeal to the Speaker to be considerate. This wobble of yours, this jelly politics, this ideological flexibility, this spineless stances on the same issues, this opportunism is exactly why Tony Leon and Helen Zille are leading the DA through the window. You've called for politicians who are upright, ethical, and morally uncompromised. And maybe you have ticked all these boxes, but that can only take you this far and no further. We need leaders who know that marching to the head office of another political party instead of marching to ESCOM is nothing but provocation. But it is also demonstrate the signs of someone panicking, because in case you didn't know, the DA has an elective conference. And some DA leaders wannabe are raising their little paws and wanting to contest John, the Honorable Steenhuisen. I hope to see you back here, John, Honorable Steenhuisen, after your elective conference, and probably sitting there at the back where you deserve to be, because, you know, the DA also need howlers in this house. On a more serious note, this year, the NSFAS has confirmed funding for close to 1.2 million students. And yes, there have been delays, and some parents were anxious, but our minister, Minister Nzimande, has been working around the clock to ensure that registration goes smoothly in all of these campuses. All students who have received messages from the NSFAS that confirms that they are provisionally funded should go to their institutions to register. Those who are waiting for appeals should wait a little bit longer, and we've appealed to institutions to actually be considerate. This year, Honorable Malema, enrollments at universities have reached close to 1.2 million students. And of course, yes, I agree with you, we need to be expanding the higher education sector. But we've done quite a lot, from a measly 400,000 in 1994, and very few of those were black and women, to now 1.2 million in universities. I think you must agree that the doors of learning and teaching are busting open. The NSFAS is celebrating its 30th anniversary. From a little kit of a few millions soon, students' funding will be reaching close to 50 billion, with 90% of TVET students being funded. And in response, President, to the COVID-19 crisis, you have, of course, set up the Economic Recovery Plan, and through this plan, infrastructure has been built. We've built a new paradigm for energy, implementing an employment stimulus to create jobs and support livelihoods, providing renewed support to growth businesses, and fast-tracking reform measures for a competitive and also inclusive economy. We believe that with specific interventions to save jobs and to create more, our economy is actually grinding further. This means more boots on the ground and also food on the table. Earlier this month, we lost Nontokozo Tlaba, a student at Tshwane University of Technology, allegedly at the hands of his ex-boyfriend, Ncebo Thusi. Gender-based violence is a serious scourge in our society, and in our institutions of learning, through policy and institutional reforms, we're tirelessly working to deal with this scourge. We need young men to unlearn some of the practices, traditional, religious, and cultural, which reinforces toxic masculinity and makes them believe that they are entitled to the women vagina. Because that's what the problem is, the entitlement of young men in our campuses, but also in our community. We're doing this in honor of Uina Mkhetjwana of UCT, Nosicelo Mtebeleni of Fort Hare, Zolile Kumal of MUT, Precious Ramabulana of Capricorn TVET College, Takalani Mbulungeni of Univen, Asitandile Zozo of vets who lost their lives on our campuses. Over the course of the weekend, the EFF-CIC was addressing one of the important gatherings here in the Western Cape. And before then, I hear Honorable Tele that apparently there's a plot to kill Honorable Shivambu. I mean, you've listened to him speaking here. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. In this important gathering, the EFF-CIC started attacking the Xhosa culture of male initiation, disguising this attack as an attack on our Secretary General, Honorable Fikile Mbalula. He went further to mention our SG's qualifications, that he doesn't have posterior knowledge. You know, in the EFF, posterior knowledge is very important. As long as you can say, hail to our leader, you have posterior knowledge. Oh, superior knowledge, sorry. One of our universities have granted Mr. Malema a master's degree, which is a thing that we should celebrate. But having a master's degree should heighten our reasoning abilities and not resort to intimidate our opponents. It should teach us. It should teach us that to argue, it should teach us that we should argue with our brains and not our fists. That we should read more and engage and not intimidate or be personal. What Honorable Malema did here today, in response of the State of the Nation address, was to say pala pala and then read out a poster of the EFF about the march that they're having in some time in the future. That's all. Probably that's a good master's degree that he has. But we must say that bullies and stormtroopers of the opposition have only mastered one thing: debate should never be given a chance. A master's degree should teach us that in order to lead, we should listen to those whom we disagree instead of raising frivolous points of order. For the record, Honorable Mbalula was not elected because of when he went to the mountain or in all of those things. And by the way, I was here with you, Julius. Some of the facts, you are twisting them a bit, but let's leave it for another day. But if it's the criteria in the EFF as to when did someone go to the mountain or not, we wonder how did some people make it into the EFF leadership. Mehmet Buran Indian quipped that, and I quote, "A silver-tongued charlatan and a half-wit society are made for each other. When these two come together in an election, a great disaster happens. Charlatan comes to power." It would take beyond a century for a charlatan to come to power, Mr. Malema. More than a century. Mr. President, that throne that you occupy, never a charlatan, never a loudmouth, never a blabber or a gossip, never a turncoat, never a paper tiger should ever consider sitting there, red or blue. Malema or Steenhuisen, the honorables. Since ours is not a half-wit society, they will demonstrate at the polls next year that only the ANC lives, only the ANC leads, and only the ANC will live longer than all of them. And for the rest of the joke, I don't know if you know nursery rhymes. An old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some cows, E-I-E-I-O. One of them was blue and one of them was red, E-I-E-I-O. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable members, order, honorable members. Order. Order. Please settle down. Honorable members, earlier today, a point of order was raised by Honorable Malema regarding the remarks made by the Minister of Police, Honorable Cele, relating to Honorable Steenhuisen. I now wish to deal with that matter before we adjourn. Members of Parliament enjoy, as members know, the constitutional right of freedom of speech. This freedom may be limited by rules of Parliament. In terms of the Joint Rule 14P, quote, "No member shall use offensive or unbecoming language," close quote. Any statement or remark that impairs the dignity of a member to whom it is directed or affronts that member's honor will be regarded as unparliamentary in terms of Joint Rule 14P. Similarly, any derogatory or insulting remarks of a personal or hurtful nature that are clearly intended to give offense would be considered unparliamentary in terms of Joint Rule 14P. The allegation made by Honorable Cele that the Honorable Steenhuisen abused a young woman is unparliamentary, as it implies allegation of an offensive nature and impairs the dignity and honor of Honorable Steenhuisen. Honorable members, it must be mentioned that although
statements in relation to non-members are not unparliamentary per se, members must avoid as much as possible during the course of the debate mentioning people outside of Parliament who are not in position to immediately reply or defend themselves. Further repeating of offensive remarks that affect the dignity of a non-member does not add value to the decorum of the House or the quality of the debate. At this point, I must indicate that Honorable Tele had already sent a message that he wishes to withdraw and apologize for the remarks he made. This was before I received a letter from the DA on the same matter. I now recognize Honorable Minister Tele. Please proceed.
I withdraw.
Honorable members, we have now come to the end of the sitting for today, and that concludes the business of the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned until tomorrow.
Well, viewers, there you have it. That was day one of the SONA 2023 joint debate, with all political parties represented in Parliament having been given an opportunity to raise their issues, to make comments, to raise concerns, to make counter proposals with regards to what the President can do to ensure that the program of action for 2023 is refined and it is more responsive to the development landscape of our country. Thembi Nkosi, your thoughts on the proceedings of the day?
Sebo, it's been a long day of debate. It's been hectic in that house. We've heard how members of various political parties, including the ANC, have responded to the President's State of the Nation address. And of course, as you had mentioned, today was day one of those debates, and we will be resuming tomorrow with day two, still on the debates, and that is scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. But of course, viewers can join us from 12 o'clock, as we'll be broadcasting live from the Cape Town City Hall. And that is all from us today on Parliament TV. Join us again tomorrow, as I have indicated, from 12 o'clock for the second day of the SONA debate.
Indeed, tomorrow will be an opportunity for us as well to further unpack all of the inputs that were made by all the political parties and, of course, the representatives that had the opportunity to speak on today's platform. So tomorrow, as we resume, we will further unpack with more interviews from all those who will be participating, who have participated today, as well as those who will be participating in tomorrow, in day two's joint debate session.
And to our viewers at home, please do follow us on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. You can also hashtag SONA Debate 2023. But for now, we say our goodbyes. Thank you very much for watching. It is Thembi Nkosi Ngoma, and I'm with my colleague, Dr. Sibulelo Mvulane.
With that said, viewers at home, thank you very much for staying with us throughout this day, this very interesting day of robust debate. We will be with you again from 12 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
This book, our Constitution, protects our society and empowers us to govern. The Protea leaves are us, the people, who freely elect our voices in Parliament. The drum calls the people of Parliament, through whom we govern together. And the sun is our country, healing our past, improving our lives, and energizing our potential. Together, our Constitution, our people, our Parliament, and our country are building our great South African nation. Parliament TV, Channel 408 on DSTV.